I stood on a small hillside north of Vietnam City, my ear burning as my master's calloused fingers twisted it tight. He was a scruffy old man with a gray beard and a tattered Taoist robe, and he was currently dragging me down the path like a stubborn goat. He started barking at me, telling me that according to my birth chart, I was destined to be a monk or a low-life drifter. Since I refused to be a priest, he was kicking me out to go mingle with the dregs of society. He told me to stop stealing the neighbor's sugarcane and just get lost. I winced, my eyes darting around. My name is Chin Hai. I was an orphan, raised by this old priest since I was a baby. I looked down at my plain cloth clothes and worn-out shoes, then sighed, thinking about that stalk of sugarcane I hadn't finished chewing. I told him that if he wanted me to leave, he had to give me some of the treasures from the temple. I knew the truth. All those dusty pots and jars I'd been touching since I was a kid were actually ancient antiques. My master looked like a beggar, but he was sitting on a gold mine. The old man's eyes bulged. He told me I was dreaming. Those were the temple's legacy. He reminded me that I'd already learned face reading and antique appraisal from him. Then, he softened his tone. He promised that if I left, he'd tell me a secret. I knew why he wanted me gone. I'd spent my life causing trouble in the surrounding villages. I stole chickens, slaughtered ducks, and dove into the reservoir for hours until people thought I'd drowned. Just last week, I'd climbed over a wall and accidentally landed right in front of a village girl. I was a menace, and the old man knew that sooner or later, I'd start eyeing his precious antiques. I told him he was just trying to fool me again. I wasn't moving my butt off this mountain unless I got a piece of the pie. He let go of my ear and smirked. He told me I was likely a rich second generation. He claimed that 20 years ago, when he found me, he saw a Lexus speeding away. Back then, owning a Lexus meant serious money. I rubbed my sore ear, listening. He looked proud of himself, saying the license plate ended in 68. He claimed he'd used his divination skills that morning and found a lead. My master was famous in the area. People came to him for everything: weddings, funerals, even help passing their driver's licenses. If he said something, it usually carried weight. He pointed toward the north, toward Jiangbei City. He told me that if I reached it by noon the next day, I'd find my fortune and maybe even my parents. A rich heir in a Lexus sounded a lot better than a broke kid in a crumbling temple. Part of me wondered what kind of parents would dump a 3-year-old in the mountains, but the lure of a better life was too strong. Seeing my expression soften, the old man grinned and handed me a parting gift. By the next afternoon, I was standing in the middle of the Anha antique market in Jiangbei. It was the biggest market in the country, filled with every kind of old relic imaginable. Most of it was probably fake, but it was the heart of the trade. I stood there in my cheap clothes, clutching a battered duffel bag and staring at the treasure my master had given me. I cursed under my breath. After 20 years of service, all he gave me was a tiny snuff bottle and 5,000 yuan in cash I'd saved up myself. I figured he wanted me to sell the bottle to get on my feet. It was a genuine piece from the late Qing dynasty, so it had to be worth something. I needed money for food and a place to stay, so I started looking for a reputable shop. Suddenly, *BM, someone slammed into me from the side. My hand slipped. The snuff bottle went flying and hit the hard pavement with a sickening crack. My vision went red. That old priest was a liar. He promised me fortune, but all I got was a smashed antique before I even made a dime. I'm so sorry. I wasn't looking where I was going. The voice was soft and sweet. I was ready to explode, but when I looked up, the fire in my gut died down. Standing there was a woman with cascading brown curls and a figure that belonged on a poster. She was stunning, sharp eyes, a perfect nose, and red lips that were dangerously distracting. She was nearly as tall as me. I'd spent 20 years in the mountains hearing the village butcher talk about city beauties. I thought I'd be impressed by anyone who wasn't a farm animal, but this woman was different. She had soul. She had class. I cleared my throat, trying to sound annoyed. That was a snuff bottle, I said. She nodded quickly. I know. It looks old. Don't worry, I'll pay for it. Just pick up the pieces for now. I'm in a rush to pick something up, but we can settle the bill afterward. Whether it's a repair or a buyout, I'll handle it. I was stunned. She was incredibly blunt and seemed rich enough to back it up. If she was willing to pay, I wasn't going to be shy about the price. I carefully gathered the fragments of the bottle. Fine, I said. Since you're being honest, I won't overcharge you. Even though it was a royal piece from the late Qing dynasty. The girl paused, a small smirk playing on her lips. Don't worry. My name is Zhao Ningxue. Most of the shop owners on this street know me. I won't run away. I grinned. I just got here, so I don't know anyone. Just don't break your promise. Where are we going? She looked me over, my long hair, my rustic clothes, my overall country bumpkin vibe, and just shook her head, leading the way. I listened to her tone and just shook my head. I couldn't tell if she was incredibly brave or just arrogant. Either way, I was the one who had been in a rush and bumped into her, so I followed her lead. We walked deep into the antique market, took a right, and stepped into a shop called Jubao Zhai. The moment we entered, a shop assistant rushed over. He shouted toward the back that Master Chu had a visitor. Then, his eyes landed on me. His smile vanished. I didn't blame him. I looked like a disaster, dusty clothes, exhausted eyes, and messy hair tied back in a wild knot. I looked like a construction worker who had lost a fight with a mountain. Hey, what do you think you're doing? The assistant barked, waving me off. Get out of here. I felt a surge of anger. I hate people who look down on others, especially when they're just hired help themselves. I scanned his face and let out a cold laugh. Your eyebrows are uneven, your nose bridge is crooked, and your forehead is dark. You've got a blood-red disaster coming for you today. Bullshit, he snapped, lunging toward me. A heavy wooden beam shifted above us, and a piece of timber fell, slamming directly into the assistant's forehead. It was a perfect hit. Skin tore, and blood started seeping down his face. Zhao Ningxue gasped, her eyes wide. I just smirked and leaned in. Careful there, brother. He stared at me like I was a ghost. Before he could say anything, a middle-aged man in his 50s walked out holding a small box. The customers in the shop started whispering. It was Master Chu. Apparently, he was a big deal on this street. They were all murmuring about Zhao Ningxue, too, the only daughter of the Zhao group and their current general manager. I grinned to myself. She was definitely rich enough to pay for my bottle. Master Chu didn't even look at me. He saw the bleeding assistant and told him to go get bandaged, then turned to Zhao Ningxue with a greasy smile. He opened the box. Miss Zhao, take a look. Inside was an Eastern pearl. It was a freshwater pearl from the north, perfectly round and glowing with a deep, regal luster. It was stunning. Zhao Ningxue looked mesmerized. She said it was a gift for her mother and thanked the master for finding something so perfect. Chu beamed, clearly trying to suck up to her family's influence. Pretty, but useless, I said. The master's face froze. He looked at me like I was a beggar who had just spit on his floor. I didn't wait for him to speak. I walked over to the counter, grabbed a heavy stone paperweight, and brought it down hard. Snap. The shop went dead silent. That shimmering Eastern pearl was now a pile of white powder and fragments. Everyone was frozen. If that pearl was real, I had just destroyed millions of dollars in a single second. Master Chu started shaking, his face turning a sickly shade of purple. He screamed that he was calling the police. Go ahead, I said, shrugging. I've never been called a good person, but I can't stand fakes. If you're going to be a con artist, be one. Don't wrap yourself in a fancy suit and pretend to be an expert. Zhao Ningxue stepped closer, her eyes searching mine. Why did you break it? Because it's a fake, I told her. The crowd gasped. I had used a method called death appraisal. Sometimes, the only way to prove a high-level fake is to destroy it and see what's inside. An old man in the crowd, a Professor Dong, stepped forward and rubbed the powder between his fingers. He looked at me with pure shock. He confirmed it. It was fishbone glue mixed with cheap pearl fragments. A total sham. The room erupted. Master Chu looked like he was about to faint. He grabbed some powder, smelled it, and his legs went weak. He had been completely fooled by a fake, and a country bumpkin had called him out. He pointed a trembling finger at my face. Who are you? I didn't like people pointing at me. I slapped his hand away and grinned. My name is Qin Hai. I'm just a poor kid from the mountains. The crowd didn't believe me. They thought I was some hidden genius from a famous family. I wasn't lying, though. My old master back at the temple was a Taoist who knew everything from astronomy to ancient history. I grew up surrounded by real treasures. These city people were the ones with their eyes closed. Zhao Ningxue let out a small laugh. Stop joking. From the mountains? Did you just go for a hike? No, I said, dead serious. I really just came down from the mountain. Xuanzhen Temple, 600 kilometers away. I spoke with a voice that cut through the room like a blade. Master Chu laughed, looking me up and down with pure disdain. He didn't hide his contempt. A little Taoist priest, he sneered. You actually think you understand appraisals? I looked him dead in the eye. Who told you that being raised in a temple makes someone a priest? My words hit him like a physical blow. He sputtered, unable to find a comeback. I wasn't done. I grew up in that temple, sure, but I never took the vows. I was just an orphan raised by the head Taoist. Master Chu's face twisted. It clearly hurt his pride to know he'd been humiliated by a nameless kid from the wilderness. He tried to salvage whatever dignity he had left. Do you actually understand Eastern pearls? He asked, his voice trembling. He was desperate. If I admitted it was just a lucky guess, he might still have a way out. Do you really know the difference between real and fake? I stared at him, my eyes flashing with a cold light. This old man had been trying to scam people with fakes while pretending to be a saint. I wasn't going to give him an inch. Does it matter if I understand? I shrugged, leaning back. I didn't care about these people or their opinions. I was only here to sell my snuff bottle and find a place to sleep. But since this woman, Zhao Ningxue, had broken my property, she was going to have to take responsibility. I ignored the whispering crowd and walked straight up to her. What about my bottle? Zhao Ningxue's brow furrowed. She hadn't believed my snuff bottle was real before, but after seeing me use the death appraisal on the pearl, she wasn't so sure anymore. If I was right about the fake, I was probably right about the real thing too. To make matters worse, that pearl was supposed to be a birthday gift for her grandmother. Now she had nothing. She turned to the old master one last time. Master Chu, I'll leave the rest to you. Thank you. Chu's eyes went wide. He watched us leave, his reputation in tatters. As soon as we stepped out of the shop, I heard a loud thud. He had slammed his fist onto the counter in rage. Out on the street, the scale of the city blew my mind. It was bigger than my entire village. I turned to see Zhao Ningxue looking completely stressed out. I caught her eye. She was beautiful, skin as white as an eggshell, eyes like clear mountain springs. She looked innocent, but I knew better than to trust appearances. Still, her facial features suggested she was a good person. This is bad, she muttered, her eyes drifting toward me. Tonight is my grandmother's birthday feast. I boasted that I'd bring her a treasure. Now I'm going to look like a fool. I chuckled. What's the big deal? Just find something else. There are plenty of treasures besides pearls. I looked down the long street lined with antique shops. The place is full of fakes, but if you look hard enough, you'll find something. Zhao Ningxue looked at me, a plan forming in her mind. If you can help me find something worthy of the feast, I'll pay for your snuff bottle too. Deal. I needed money. I couldn't survive here on the scraps I'd brought from the mountain. Deal, I said, stepping closer to her. She blushed and jumped back a step. What are you doing? Stay back. Ever heard of the plum blossom art? I asked. I started listing things my master taught me. Divination, face reading, stargazing, feng shui. I knew it all. Well, I wasn't a master of everything, but I knew enough to sound like one. Zhao Ningxue bit her lip. I thought you said you weren't a priest. Why do you know all this? I'm going to use the plum blossom art to narrow down our search, I explained. I don't have a place to stay yet, so I can't waste time wandering around with you all day. Her ears turned red. She clearly thought I was trying to hit on her, but I was just being practical. I held out my hand. Write a word. Any word. She hesitated, then traced a character onto my palm with her finger. Snow, I said immediately. I calculated the strokes and the timing in my head. Southeast. Let's go. I didn't wait for her. I started walking. She hesitated for a second before following me. She noticed a scar on my palm and asked how I got it. Poked by a branch while climbing a tree, I said. You really are from the mountains, she whispered. She couldn't wrap her head around how a country kid knew so much. Most people from the sticks were shy and awkward, but I didn't care about their rules. What is your grandmother like? I asked. Gifts should match the person. Both my grandparents love calligraphy, she said. My grandmother especially. Calligraphy? Easy. I adjusted my ragged bag and ducked into a shop. I was in and out in seconds, nearly colliding with Zhao Ningxue. Before she could complain, I ducked into a second shop. The two clerks inside saw my mountain clothes and immediately traded looks of disgust. They walked over to block my path. "Hey, what do you think you're doing?" I looked at their faces and almost laughed. One had hollow cheeks, the sign of a petty, selfish person. The other had a pointed head and a narrow forehead, the mark of someone who focuses on tiny gains and lacks any real talent. They were a perfect pair of losers. "We sell antiques here," the first one barked. "People like you need to get out. You'll scare away the real customers." I raised an eyebrow. "The door is open, isn't it? Since when do customers come in ranks?" I didn't wait for an answer. I filled my lungs and shouted toward the street. "Hey, everyone come look. This shop is bullying people." The clerks turned pale. One tried to block me while the other started apologizing frantically. "Brother, keep it down. Don't make a scene." "Oh, you want to bully people but you don't want the consequences." I grinned. I had spent my whole life being threatened by experts back home. These two were nothing. Life doesn't work that way. These two clerks thought they could scare me off with a few sharp words. I almost laughed. They were dreaming if they thought they could intimidate Chin Hai. "Brother, look at where you are," one of them sneered. "We have countless treasures in this shop. Someone like you, who doesn't know the trade, might bump into something. If you break it, you won't be getting out of here easily." I smiled coldly. These two lowlives really wanted to make things difficult for me? Not a chance. In business, harmony brings wealth, and places packed with fragile antiques are usually terrified of a scene. If things got messy, I knew exactly who would suffer more. One move from my arms or legs, and they'd be the ones having a bad day. I didn't wait for them to say another word. I let out a massive, exaggerated yawn and stretched my arms out wide with a violent force. My hand swung through the air, narrowly missing a porcelain vase. It looked like I was about to smash it into 1,000 pieces. The two clerks looked like their hearts were about to stop. Their faces went pale. Just as my hand was about to make contact, I stopped. I pulled my arm back lazily, smoothing my hair as if nothing had happened. The clerks gasped, their hearts finally dropping back into their chests. They stared at me, trembling. They probably thought I was a complete lunatic. "So," I said, snapping my fingers, "are you still trying to kick me out? I've been in a car all day. I'm tired. I just needed a good stretch." The two clerks traded looks, but neither dared to make a sound. I tucked my hands behind my back and started strolling deeper into the shop. "Since you have no objections, I'll keep looking around." Zhao Ningxue was standing by the door, her jaw practically hitting the floor. She looked at me like she couldn't figure out my angle. She hesitated for a second before following me in. I ignored her completely, weaving through the aisles as if she didn't exist. She bit her lip, looking a bit slighted, and stood off to the side. With her expensive clothes and beautiful face, she was a magnet for the clerks. They immediately ditched me and swarmed around her like lapdogs. I snorted. The ancestors were right. Beautiful women really are trouble. It was a shame I hadn't met one I couldn't handle yet. I circled the shop once and casually picked up an inkstone. The clerk who had been hovering over Zhao Ningxue immediately shrieked at me. "Be careful. Don't you dare drop that." "This thing?" I asked, turning it over. "What's it even worth? It looks plain and unremarkable. It's barely good enough to use as a brick. Everyone knows shops like yours mix the real with the fake. Mostly fake, actually." The clerk's face turned purple with rage. Zhao Ningxue, on the other hand, let out a little suppressed giggle. She knew this street was a place where you had to sift through sand to find gold, and it was crawling with counterfeits. These clerks thought I was a clueless country bumpkin they could bully, but they had no idea who they were dealing with. I didn't even fear Master Chu. Why would I care about two shop boys? I flipped the inkstone in my hand again. "If I used this as a brick, it'd be a bit too light," I said casually. "But for practicing calligraphy, it'll do. How much?" "I'll take it off your hands." The clerk rolled his eyes, his voice dripping with disdain as he took in my dusty clothes, my messy haircut, and my worn-out shoes. "Even for a brick, this will cost you 8,990 yuan, he sneered. "Do you even have that kind of money?" I grunted. 8,990. They were playing the classic psychological pricing game, making it seem cheaper than 9,000. People fall for it every time, thinking they're getting a bargain. "Actually, I don't have that much," I admitted. I had done the math when I left the mountain. Over the years, that old Taoist priest had given me about 5,000 yuan in allowance. That was all the cash I had on me, plus one snuff bottle. The clerk laughed, looking delighted by my misfortune. No money? Then why are you acting so big? Get out of here. Don't block our real customers. I didn't leave. Instead, I moved like a flash of smoke, appearing right in front of Zhao Ningxue. Beautiful. Lend me 8,990, I said. I'll pay you back in a bit. Zhao Ningxue was stunned. I gave her a quick, sharp wink, signaling her to trust me. For some reason, she reached into her bag and pulled out a card. Here, she said to the clerks. Swipe my card. The clerks looked at each other, completely baffled. These two people clearly didn't seem to know each other well. Yet this beautiful woman was paying the bill for a ragged kid? They muttered under their breaths, but a sale was a sale. Once the transaction was done, the inkstone was mine. I hugged it to my chest, looking satisfied. Zhao Ningxue followed me out, a helpless, frustrated smile on her face. She looked like she felt cheated. She probably thought I was a con artist from the mountains leading her by the nose. I walked a good distance away from the shop before stopping and handing the inkstone to her. There. Your grandmother's 70th birthday gift is sorted. What? This is the gift? She shook her head. She clearly didn't think a gift worth less than 10,000 yuan was fit for the Zhao family status. Her cousins would eat her alive if she showed up with this. I grew up on a mountain. People there were simple, but they were also sharp. I'd spent my childhood being a troublemaker, so I knew how to read people's expressions. I could see exactly what she was thinking. Miss Zhao, have you heard of the 4 famous inkstones? I asked. The Taohe, the Qingmi, the Duan, and the Shi inkstone. The Shi inkstone has a beautiful nickname, the Dragon Tail. I smiled coldly at her. What? You think I really just spent your money on a brick? Qin Hai, earn my money honestly. I don't need to scam women. Zhao Ningxue's ears turned red. She looked embarrassed that I'd read her mind. Don't misunderstand, I just thought. Forget it, I interrupted. I have my own ways of making money. Scamming a girl? I wouldn't stoop that low. I have things to do, so let's keep this short. Shi inkstones are divided into 5 categories. Do you know which one this is? She stared at me, appearing dazed. She was from a business family, so she wasn't actually stupid, but she seemed fascinated by how much a guy from the mountains knew about antiques. I don't really understand these things, she admitted. I laughed. She really was a bit of a fat sheep for these shop owners to fleece. They'd probably sold her that fake pearl on purpose earlier. Every trade has its secrets, I said, signaling for her to hold the inkstone up toward the sun. She did as I asked, squinting at the stone. Suddenly, her eyes widened. Under the sunlight, the stone shimmered with tiny, brilliant flecks of gold, like grains of sand embedded in the material. It was breathtaking. This is called top-grade golden star, I explained. First, it matches your grandmother's hobby. Second, it's rare. It'll definitely make the elders happy. You bought it for less than 10,000, but its actual value is far higher than that. Go back and do your research. You'll see. Zhao Ningxue was ecstatic. Before I could react, she punched me playfully on the shoulder. Little Taoist, you really are something else. I felt the sting of her fragrant fist, but my brow furrowed instantly. Beautiful, I'm not a Taoist. Let me say it one more time. I was raised by a Taoist priest, and I grew up in a temple, but I am not a monk. Sorry, she apologized quickly, tucking the inkstone away. She looked at me with a new sense of respect. I knew what she was thinking. I didn't play by the rules, but I was honest. I could have easily used my own money to buy that inkstone and kept the profit for myself, but I didn't take a single cent from her. My problem is solved, she said. Now, let's talk about that snuff bottle of yours. How much do you want for it? I thought back to the snuff bottle the old man had given me. There were countless treasures back at the temple, but my master had handed me one of the most ordinary ones. I held up a single finger. The bottle is lacquerware, but the craftsmanship is average, I admitted. The interior is plain, and the material is just basic white jade. 10,000. That's as high as it goes. 10,000. Zhao Ningxue stared at me, her eyes wide with disbelief. Even if I double it, that's only 20,000. You only want 20,000. My lips twitched. Sure, I liked climbing trees to steal bird eggs or jumping over fences to snatch a few vegetables, but I wasn't a criminal. I wasn't going to extort a woman. My old master always said that antiques have souls. Truth is truth, and lies are lies. You get what you pay for. If the price is too low, you're being cheated. If it's too high, you're the one cheating. What? You think it's too much? I teased. You're not trying to bully a poor guy from the countryside, are you? She laughed. How is that possible? I just think you're asking for too little. You're a strange guy. The sun was starting to set. I nudged her to hurry up with the payment. She hesitated, looking for cash, but I pulled out my phone and flashed my QR code. She probably thought I was some caveman who didn't understand technology. In reality, even buying a chicken in the mountains requires a digital scan these days. Once the 20,000 hit my account, I nodded in satisfaction and turned to leave. Wait, where are you going? She called out, chasing after me. I'll give you a ride. I prefer my own two legs, I shouted back without stopping. Four-wheeled things don't suit me. Let's meet again if fate allows. Wait, you don't even know my name yet. Zhao Ningxue, I called out, raising my right hand in a wave. I'll remember it. I quickened my pace and vanished from the antique market. Behind me, I heard her sigh. What a weirdo. I headed toward an area with older, dilapidated buildings. I needed a place to stay, and I knew the rent there would be cheap. As I walked, I took in the city. It was my first time in a place like this, skyscrapers everywhere and streets choked with cars. I took a deep breath. The smell was different here. Back on the mountain, it smelled like grass, damp earth, and wild animals. Here, it was all concrete, steel, perfume, tobacco, and car exhaust. I knew I couldn't stay in a hotel. The cost would eat through my money in days. I needed a long-term rental in an old neighborhood. Those places might look rough, but they had everything you needed nearby, and the rent was low. Most importantly, I had to find a landlord directly to skip the middleman fees. I'd spent years studying survival guides for the city. Ever since I turned 18, the dream of leaving the mountain had burned in my mind. That's why I didn't hesitate when the old priest finally kicked me out. Old man, I muttered to myself. You wanted to get rid of this troublemaker? Fine. You stay safe up there. Once I find the people who abandoned me as a baby, I'll come back and bother you some more. I didn't take a taxi or a bus. I just wandered, looking for rent signs. Finally, I reached an open, old-fashioned residential complex. The buildings were 7 or 8 stories high with no elevators. The walls were faded, and the bricks were covered in flyers. Under an old willow tree, I spotted a sign hanging from a balcony with a phone number. I dialed it immediately. An old man answered. He sounded thrilled to have a potential tenant and told me to come find him. I rounded a corner and saw a group of people gathered around a stone table. 2 old men were locked in a fierce game of chess. It looked intense. As I approached, I noticed one of the players looked a bit eccentric. He had a bird cage to his left covered in blue cloth and a plain white enamel mug to his right. Blue on the left, white on the right, the azure dragon and the white tiger. I smirked. This guy was using a classic feng shui setup. The other old man, the one facing me, looked stressed. He was sweating and swallowing hard. He was losing badly. I glanced at the table and saw piles of cash. This wasn't just a game, it was a gamble. Excuse me, I interrupted. Which one of you is Old Lee? Everyone looked up, annoyed by the interruption. The old man with his back to me turned around. That's me. You're the one who called about the room? Hold on, let me finish this round. Finish what, Old Lee? A neighbor laughed. Your luck is trash today. Just hand over the money before you lose your pants. The crowd roared with laughter. Old Lee's face turned red with anger. He couldn't understand why he was losing so badly to someone he usually beat easily. I chuckled to myself. His opponent was using a trick called the Heavenly Gate Formation. He might not have been a master of the 8 trigrams, but he knew enough to manipulate the luck at the table. Old Lee looked like he was about to have a heart attack from the stress. Since he was likely my future landlord, I decided to help him out. Hey, I'm in a hurry, I shouted, grabbing Old Lee's arm and pulling him away from the stone stool. Tell me about the house first, then you can get back to your game. I whispered a few instructions in his ear. Old Lee looked annoyed at first, but then his eyes lit up and he nodded. When he sat back down, he immediately crossed his legs, pointing the sole of his shoe directly at his opponent. It looked rude, but it was a move called kicking the purple gold crown. It was designed to break the Heavenly Gate formation and steal the opponent's momentum. Suddenly, the atmosphere changed. Old Lee's presence became as heavy as a mountain. Within minutes, he swept the board. He didn't stop there. Riding the wave of new luck, he won round after round. In no time at all, the pile of cash in front of him began to grow. My opponent's momentum was gone. He looked at the board, saw the writing on the wall, and pushed the pieces away with both hands. He wasn't just quitting, he was folding. He claimed it was bad luck, a ghost in the machine, but Old Lee wasn't having it. Old Lee wanted his money. The crowd, led by a guy named Chin Hai, started chanting for the loser to pay up. The old man's face turned a nasty shade of bruised purple. He trembled with rage, reached into his pocket, and slammed a 100 yuan bill onto the stone table. He grabbed his birdcage and his tea thermos and stomped off without a word. Old Lee snatched the cash, grinning ear to ear. He slapped me on the shoulder, telling me he liked my spirit. He was ready to show me the room. Old Lee's place was a standard 3-bedroom apartment. It looked ancient from the outside, but the interior was surprisingly clean and tidy. The room he had for rent was the smallest one, facing the street. It had a single bed, a wardrobe, and a small desk for a computer. When I saw the air conditioner, I felt a wave of relief. I asked him about the price. He told me it usually went for 1,500, but since I'd helped him win his pride back, he'd give it to me for 1,000. He even suggested I could trade my advice for rent in the future. I knew the area's prices, though. I didn't fall for it. I offered 800, promised 6 months up front, and a 2-month deposit. Old Lee went quiet. I knew why. This room was on a low floor with a massive tree right outside the window. In the summer, the mosquitoes would be a nightmare. He knew 1,000 was a stretch for this spot. We settled on the price and agreed to split the utilities and food if I wanted to eat with him. It seemed fair enough. I told him we should sign the papers and I'd pay him right then. I reached into my pocket and froze. I didn't have enough cash. I was about to head out to an ATM when Old Lee pulled out his phone and showed me a QR code. Even the old-timers in the city were tech-savvy. I scanned it and sent over 6,400 yuan. Watching that money leave my account hurt. Old Lee was beaming. He took me to the balcony and pointed east toward the human resources market. He clearly thought I was just another migrant worker looking for a manual labor job. I didn't have a degree or any real work experience, so finding a normal job was going to be an issue. I couldn't just sit around and watch my savings disappear. I'd already dipped into the 20,000 I got from Zhao Ningxue. I asked him if he knew about any ghost markets nearby. He just looked at me blankly, having no clue what I was talking about. I dropped the subject. The ghost market was where people went to find hidden treasures, and my master had told me that if I ever ran out of luck, I should use my skills there. One good find could sustain me for a year while I searched for my biological parents, the people who had abandoned me in a mountain gully 20 years ago. After Old Lee left, I unpacked. I didn't have much. Just some clothes and a second-hand laptop a friend from the village had given me. Back at the temple, I'd practically begged my master for days until he finally let me run an internet cable into the mountains. Thinking of the laptop reminded me of my buddy, Yahello. He was attending university right here in the city. We grew up together, and he was the first person from our tiny village to ever become a college student. I gave him a call, and he nearly jumped out of his skin when he heard I was in town. We agreed to meet at the gates of Jiangbei University. I arrived a bit early and stood by the gate, watching the students pass by. They were all my age, full of energy and academic stress. I never had much interest in school, even though my master promised to sell some of his treasures to pay for it if I ever got in. I just wasn't the studious type like Yahello. Suddenly, a girl's voice cut through the crowd. "Get lost," she screamed. She sounded young, but her voice was thick with tears. I looked over and saw a girl trying to shake off a guy who was grabbing her arm. She was striking, long black hair, pale skin, and eyes as clear as a forest deer's. But right now, her face was twisted in distress. She kept telling him she wasn't interested in dating, but the guy wouldn't let go. He was built like a tank and looked like he was used to getting his way. A few other girls were trying to help, but they couldn't break his grip. "Yin Weiwei, don't be ungrateful," the guy sneered. "Everyone at Jiangbei knows who I am. Follow me, and you won't have to worry about money. I'll even pay your tuition." I raised an eyebrow. So her name was Yin Weiwei. The guy, apparently named Shin Hao, was a notorious playboy. He had a reputation for chasing every pretty girl on campus and dumping them the moment he got bored. "I have my own money," she snapped, trying to pull away again. The sound of the slap was loud and sharp. Shin Hao had lost his patience and struck her right across the face. Yin Weiwei stumbled, her cheek turning bright red as tears finally spilled over. The girls around her froze in shock. I couldn't just stand there. Back home, finding a wife was a massive deal, and here this guy was hitting a beautiful girl like she was nothing. He was acting like he had all the time in the world, while I knew my own life was on a ticking clock. It was time to step in. "What are you acting so arrogant for?" I spoke up, my voice cutting through the tension. Shin Hao froze and turned toward me, his eyes scanning me from head to toe. He didn't hide his disgust. Next to him, Yin Weiwei looked up. She was covered in tears and clearly terrified, but when she heard me speak, a flicker of gratitude crossed her face. Still, I could see her trembling. Shin Hao was a known bully and a star athlete. Most people knew better than to cross him. "Who the hell are you?" Shin Hao spat, clenching his teeth. "Mind your own business. Are you a student here too?" I didn't say a word. I just started walking toward him, bold as brass. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. I didn't stop until our noses were practically touching. Flustered and angry, Shin Hao tried to shove me away. "What's wrong with you? Get lost." He put his full weight into the push, but I didn't budge an inch. The crowd gasped. Shin Hao was over 6 feet tall, built like a brick wall, and famous in the sports department for his strength. One of his fists was the size of a mallet. Yet, when he shoved me, it was like he was trying to move a mountain. I stood there, rooted to the spot. Shin Hao's face went pale. He looked like he'd seen a ghost. I just gave him a dark little smile. He couldn't move me because my foundation was rock solid. Ever since I was a kid, the old Taoist made me practice horse stances for hours. I had mastered the art of internal balance years ago. By now, students leaving the campus were stopping to watch. A circle formed around us. My friend Zhao Lei happened to be walking out right then, and when he saw me squaring off against Shin Hao, his heart nearly jumped out of his throat. He knew Shin Hao was a rich kid who drove a 3 million yuan Porsche and had a reputation for being a violent hothead. Zhao Lei started rushing over, desperate to pull me away before I got my head handed to me. But before he could reach us, I raised a single finger and pointed it right between Shin Hao's eyebrows. "Oh boy," I muttered. "This is bad. Really bad. Get your hand off me." Shin Hao barked, slapping my finger away. He was fuming. He'd been chasing Yin Weiwei for ages, and he wasn't about to let some random guy ruin his plan to force her into a date. "You're so young," I sighed, shaking my head. "It's a real shame. I see a dark energy dropping from your hairline. If it hits your brow, you've got 60 days. If it reaches the bridge of your nose, maybe a month. If it hits your lip, you won't last 7 days. What kind of nonsense are you babbling?" Shin Hao screamed. "I'll rip your tongue out." He swung a massive fist at my face. I leaned back, dodging it effortlessly. "Why are you in such a rush to die?" I asked calmly. "Tell me, have you been feeling exhausted lately? Trouble waking up in the morning? Can't sleep at night? Do you feel a sudden tightness in your chest, like your heart is skipping beats?" Shin Hao's fist froze in midair. His eyes went wide. I had hit the nail on the head. Not only that, I continued, stepping closer. "Your digestion is a wreck. You have no appetite, yet you feel hungry all the time. Your spleen and stomach are failing." I leaned in and waved a hand in front of my nose. "And man, your breath stinks." Shin Hao's face turned a sickly shade of purple. You're lying. I'll kill you. If you don't believe me, just blow a breath into your hand and sniff it," I said with a shrug. "Or ask anyone here to verify it for you." The surrounding students started snickering. I pointed a finger at Zhao Lei, who had finally reached us. "Hey, you want to try?" Zhao Lei looked like he wanted to faint. He thought I had finally lost my mind. To him, I was just a guy from the mountains causing trouble at a prestigious university. He grabbed my arm, trying to drag me away. "Stop it," Zhao Lei hissed at me. "You think you're some grandmaster just because you spent a few years with that old priest?" "I've been studying with him since I could walk," I said loudly, pointing back at Shin Hao's nose. "I know a death omen when I see one. If I were you, I'd stop chasing girls and get to a hospital. What's more important, your life or a date?" Shin Hao wasn't a total idiot. Hearing me and Zhao Lei talk about the old priest made him hesitate. Maybe it was psychological, but suddenly his limbs felt numb and his throat felt tight. He couldn't back down in front of everyone, though. His pride wouldn't allow it. You're just trying to scare me with this ghost story crap, Shenhao growled. Fine. Don't believe me. I grinned and suddenly reached out, pressing a specific pressure point on the back of his neck. Shenhao's knees buckled instantly. He lunged forward, nearly face-planting on the pavement. See that? I teased as he stumbled. Dizzy, aren't you? You're sicker than you think. Get to a doctor. I let go and threw an arm around Zhao Lei's shoulder. Come on, man. I just got to Jiangbei, and you haven't even bought me dinner yet. Let's go. As we walked away, Shenhao was clutching his neck, his eyes full of terror. He didn't even look at Yin Weiwei again. He scrambled toward his Porsche, his only thought being the nearest hospital. Yin Weiwei stood there, completely bewildered. Her harasser was gone, vanished into the crowd. Who was that guy? One of her friends asked, walking up. He was so weird, dressed like a total villager. He was scary, another girl added. But hey, he got rid of Shenhao. You should get out of here before he comes back. Yin Weiwei touched her cheek, feeling the sting of the slap. She hated Shenhao and his arrogant family money. She was glad someone finally put him in his place, but she couldn't stop wondering about the stranger who had saved her. Hey, wasn't that guy walking with Zhao Lei? Someone mentioned. Zhao Lei from the economics department? I don't know him, Yin Weiwei muttered. She looked around, trying to spot my faded jacket in the crowd. Where did he go? Meanwhile, Zhao Lei had dragged me several blocks away. Once we were safe, he started laying into me. He told me I had no idea who I was messing with and that I was lucky I didn't get thrashed. But seriously, Zhao Lei asked, his voice dropping. Can you really tell he's dying just by looking at him? I looked at him and smirked. Who told you he was dying? I looked at Zhao Lei and kept a straight face. I did say 60 days, and 30, and 7. I even mentioned the standard for his clear energy. But did I ever actually say where his energy had reached? Zhao Lei stopped walking, his brain working fast. Wait, you didn't finish your sentence because I interrupted you. You mean, you were just trying to scare him? He was an easy target. I shrugged. But how do you explain what happened next? Zhao Lei pressed. He actually got dizzy. And when you told him he had bad breath, he didn't even argue. How did you know? Did that old Taoist teach you medicine too? Like the traditional look, listen, question, and feel stuff. I sighed, looking at my friend like he was a bit slow. It's not that deep. First, the bad breath. You said it yourself, he's a rich playboy. That means a wild nightlife, staying up late, and eating like garbage. When your lifestyle is that messy, your spleen and stomach get trashed. When they get trashed, your breath stinks. Besides, I have a nose. I smelled it the second he opened his mouth. Zhao Lei stood there, speechless. Then he remembered the most terrifying part. And the neck thing? You grabbed him, and he went down like a clumsy elephant. Ever heard of numbing points? I asked. Zhao Lei nodded slowly. He knew the body had pressure points, but he wasn't an expert. There are 9 major ones, I explained, feeling a bit like my master. One is right in the center of the back of the neck, in that little dip between the vertebrae. It doesn't matter if you're sick or healthy. If I press it right, you go down. I could do it to you right now if you want. Forget that. Zhao Lei waved his hands, laughing. You're still the same little devil from the mountain. Shenhao has never taken a loss like that in his life. He's definitely at a hospital right now, terrified. He paused, looking at me sideways. So what was the goal? Did you fall for that girl? I tried to remember her face. What was her name again? I had already forgotten. I just didn't like his style. If you like a girl, pursue her. Don't hit her because she says no. That's pathetic. Zhao Lei shook his head. That's you. Always playing the hero, never afraid of trouble. But this is Jiangbei, not the countryside. There are powerful people everywhere here. My stomach let out a loud growl. I didn't care about powerful people. I cared about lunch. Zhao Lei took me to a small, local joint he frequented. We ordered 3 meat dishes and 1 vegetable plate. When the food arrived, shredded pork, sautéed liver, braised fish, and potato strips, I couldn't stop my mouth from watering. I inhaled the first bowl of rice in seconds. By the second bowl, I finally slowed down enough to talk. This place is actually good, I said, muffled by a mouthful of fish. It's just a hole in the wall, Zhao Lei said. You know my situation. I'm a student. I can't buy you a feast, but as long as I have a bite to eat, you won't go hungry. I felt a small tug of emotion. All right, enough with the drama. I'll pay for the next one. I made some money today. I'll be fine for a while. Xiaolei leaned in. So why did you really come down the mountain? A bit of this, a bit of that, I said. I wanted to see the world, and my master got tired of me causing trouble. He basically kicked me out. Xiaolei shook his head. I used to think your master was a legend. Now I think the student has surpassed the teacher. You're even worse than him. Since when did you start complimenting me? I laughed. I'm not as smart as you, and I'm definitely not as steady. Don't lie to me, Xiaolei snorted. You might fool your master, but not me. You caused all that trouble on purpose just so he'd send you away, didn't you? You got exactly what you wanted. I gave him a dark, knowing smirk. He knew me too well. We grew up barefoot together. There were no secrets. I leaned in and told him what the old Taoist said about my origins. No way, Xiaolei whispered, his chopsticks frozen. Alexis 20 years ago? Are you actually a rich heir? He shook his head. Wait, that doesn't make sense. If your family was that rich, why would they dump you in a mountain gully? It felt like a bucket of cold water had been dumped over my head. Maybe there was a reason, I muttered. A family crisis. They had to hide me. I think your master lied to you, Xiaolei said bluntly. You two are both schemers. He dared to make it up, and you were dumb enough to believe it. Seeing my face fall, Xiaolei quickly tried to take it back. Hey, I'm just guessing. Don't take it to heart. But I did take it to heart. People back home called me the little devil, but they also called me a wild kid. No matter how wild you are, you want to know where you came from. To change the subject, Xiaolei asked where I was staying. He offered to let me crash with him, even though he didn't have much money. When I told him I already had a place and had made 40,000 yuan today, his jaw hit the table. I told you, Jiangbei and I have destiny. I laughed. I studied this city for years on that computer you sent me. I've got it all figured out. We finished eating, and I asked him to keep an ear out for any unusual jobs, the kind involving ghosts or feng shui. He promised to call me if he heard anything. As I walked away from the restaurant, the sun was setting. I watched Xiaolei disappear into his apartment complex and let out a shout toward the sky. Mom, Dad, I'm here. Just then, a car roared past me. I caught the logo on the trunk, Alexis. Ever since my master's story, I felt a strange, sharp connection whenever I saw that brand. I realized I was going to miss the last bus. I fumbled for change and sprinted to the station. When I finally reached my new rental, I heard shouting coming from inside before I even opened the door. How could you do this? You didn't even ask me before bringing in a new tenant. And it's a man. It was a girl's voice. She sounded furious. I froze at the doorstep. Listen, Brad, old Lee's voice snapped back. It's my house. Renting out that extra room helps pay for your expenses. It's a good thing. It's not a good thing. I don't care about the money. It can't be a man, she yelled. Give him his money back and tell him to find somewhere else. I am not living in the same house as a guy. I already took the money and signed the receipt, Old Lee grumbled. The kid just came from the countryside. I can't just throw him out. I don't care. That room stays empty before a man moves in. I stood there, feeling like I'd been hit by lightning. I had helped the landlord win a fortune, found a place for only $800 a month, and it was close to everything. Now, this girl was trying to ruin it. This wasn't just a roommate dispute. This was straight-up gender discrimination. The shouting inside was getting louder. I couldn't just stand there anymore. I pulled out my key, unlocked the door, and stepped inside. You're being completely unreasonable. I snapped. The two people inside froze. The girl turned around, her eyes wide. My brain went blank for a second as I processed who was standing in front of me. Then, I burst out laughing. Small world, I said. We meet again. It was the girl from earlier. Her hair was wet, draped over her shoulders like she had just stepped out of the shower. Even without a drop of makeup, she looked incredibly pure, with eyes like a startled deer. I struggled to remember her name, but my mind came up short. She didn't have that problem. Her face lit up with a huge smile. It's you? You're the one renting the room? She asked. I'm Qin Hai, I replied. I'm Yin Weiwei, she said, her previous anger vanishing instantly. Thank you so much for your help today. If it's you moving in, I don't have a problem with it at all. She turned and grabbed Old Lee's arm. Grandpa, this is the guy who helped me out today. Grandpa? I stood there, feeling a bit ridiculous. I had assumed she was just another tenant like me. Instead, she was his granddaughter. That meant I was officially at the bottom of the household food chain. I thanked my lucky stars I had decided to be a good Samaritan earlier that day. Oldly let out a long sigh of relief. He looked secretly pleased. After seeing my skills at the chess match, he wasn't about to let me walk away. He needed me if he wanted to keep winning. Wei Wei couldn't keep her eyes off me. The events of the evening were clearly still playing on loop in her head. She suddenly grabbed my hand, her face full of curiosity. "I have so many questions for you," she said. "Hey, let go," Oldly barked, his face turning red. "Men and women shouldn't be so touchy-feely. Don't you know any better?" He looked at me like I was a wolf in a hen house. He grumbled about her parents being abroad and how he was the only one left to watch over her. Wei Wei's face turned bright red, and she quickly let go of my hand. The atmosphere got awkward fast. I made an excuse about being exhausted from my travels and headed for the shower. After a quick wash, I hung up my clothes and collapsed onto the bed. I was out cold in seconds. The next morning, I woke up and instinctively called out for my master. Silence followed. I stared at the unfamiliar ceiling and the modern light fixture. Right. I wasn't on the mountain anymore. There was no master to wake me up at dawn. It was already 9 in the morning. I threw on my clothes and walked out. Oldly was gone, but Wei Wei was there eating breakfast. She waved me over immediately. "I talked to the landlord about the food situation," she said with a grin. I looked at the fried dough sticks and steamed buns on the table and swallowed hard. I was starving. "So how much do I owe?" Wei Wei laughed. She had her hair tied back in a ponytail and looked refreshed in her sportswear. "My grandpa was an accountant before he retired. He tracks every single cent. Just eat. At the end of the month, we'll look at the ledger and you can pay then. You're my savior, Chin Hai. We won't make it hard on you." I sat down and started eating. As I stuffed my face, Wei Wei rested her chin on her hand and started asking about the night before. I had to explain the whole thing again, just like I had for Xiaolei. She listened with wide eyes, clearly entertained. Suddenly, she looked like she had an idea. "Chin Hai, can you do me a favor?" "As long as it doesn't involve lending you money," I said. She huffed, looking offended. "Do I look like the type of person who asks for money the day we meet?" "No. There's this guy, Shenhao. He won't leave me alone. It's driving me crazy. My friend suggested I find a fake boyfriend to scare him off. I think you're perfect for the job." She leaned in, a slight smirk on her lips. "What do you say?" "Sure, why not?" I said. I didn't care. I had nothing to lose. "I've heard this Shenhao is a big deal at your school. I wouldn't mind showing him what a country bumpkin can really do." Wei Wei beamed. She looked me over, probably thinking that if I just got a better haircut and some decent clothes, I'd actually be much better looking than Shenhao. "Really?" she asked. "Of course," I said, pausing for effect. "But I'm new here. I need you and your grandpa to look out for me. How about this? If I renew my lease in 6 months, you lower my rent. Deal?" Wei Wei nearly choked on her soy milk. She stared at me, her eyes twitching. I guess she thought I was some noble hero. Turns out, I just wanted a discount. She looked a little disappointed, maybe because I was more interested in the rent than her, but she nodded anyway. "Fine, whatever. We'll deal with that in 6 months, she muttered. Then she bit her lip, looking like she wanted to say something else. "By the way," I interrupted, "do you know where the ghost market is?" The romantic tension vanished instantly. She knew exactly what I was talking about. In the antique world, the ghost market is where the real action happens. It's held in the middle of the night, full of people selling dead man's things and rare finds. It turned out the market was held in an old square in the northern suburbs. And luckily for me, tonight was the night. By 2 a.m., I was standing at the entrance of the square. Wei Wei was right beside me, looking smug. She had nagged me until I finally gave in and let her come along. During the day, "This is for morning exercises," she whispered. "In the evening, it's for the dancing grandmas. But in the dead of night, it belongs to the ghosts." She looked around, confused. "Chin Hai, why does everyone have a flashlight? There are streetlights right there." I gritted my teeth. My master had taught me the rules of the trade. People who bring flashlights are the professionals. Only outsiders show up empty-handed. I looked at my own empty hands and felt like an amateur. I had been so focused on getting here that I'd forgotten the most basic tool of the craft. The stalls were already set up, Old books, rusty trinkets, and piles of junk lined the pavement. Is there actually anything valuable in all this trash? Wei Wei asked skeptically. I didn't answer. I felt a strange weight in my chest. I reached into my pocket and pulled out a tortoise shell. I needed to know what I was walking into. I performed a quick divination, mapping out the 8 trigrams in my mind. The result was the Kuan 6 stages. My heart sank. Today isn't going to be smooth, I whispered, gripping the tortoise shell tight. I scanned the crowd, my eyes narrowing. Someone is going to try and get in my way. I pushed through the crowd, leading Wei Wei deeper into the ghost market. She had begged me to let her come along just to see what it was like, and now she was watching my every move with a skeptical look on her face. I really don't get you. Chin Hai, she muttered, looking at the dusty trinkets on the ground. You spent all that time playing with that tortoise shell? Is this some kind of game to you? Can't you just look at the antiques like a normal person? I just shook my head. She didn't understand the ancient arts passed down by my ancestors. You'll see soon enough, I said, tucking the shell away. Today isn't going to be easy. After walking for a while, I spotted my prey. My eyes locked onto a specific item on a stall, a 100-fold stack of porcelain bowls. Among them were 2 specific pieces decorated with flying magpies, tribute items from the Lynching Region Mint for the Imperial Court. I glanced at them twice, already having a firm plan in my mind. Boss, how much for? Before I could finish, a man shoved me aside. He was wearing a flashy green shirt and smelled like expensive cologne. He didn't even look at me as he crowded the stall. Well, if it isn't Boss Ding, the stall owner cried out, his face lighting up. I took a step back, not wanting to cause a scene yet. My master taught me 500 different techniques for handling antiques, and I knew how to play the long game. I reached out and picked up one of the bowls from the stack. Boss, how about 500 for this one? I asked calmly. The owner glanced at the bowl in my hand. It was marked with the reign of Emperor Daoguang. He let out a dry laugh. 500? Kid, you must be new here. Look at that yellow glaze. This is official kiln porcelain. 500 wouldn't even buy the dirt on it. Boss Ding, a middle-aged nouveau riche with a gold chain thick enough to pull a truck, turned to look at me. He was clearly annoyed that a country bumpkin like me was trying to buy something he was interested in. He saw the bowl in my hand, and a smirk crossed his face. You don't know quality when you see it, Ding sneered. I'll give you 1,000 for it, boss. Ding was in the restaurant business and had a bit of money to burn. He loved collecting antiques, dreaming of hitting the jackpot and retiring early. He looked at me with pure condescension. I kept my face perfectly still. The Kuan 6 stages of my divination were manifesting right in front of me. This man was my obstacle. I let out a frustrated sigh, playing the part. Look, you're a big boss. Why are you fighting over a bowl with a poor kid from the countryside? The highest bidder wins, Ding laughed. That's the rule of the market. If you're broke, stay home. 2,000. We'll take it for 2,000. A sharp voice rang out. I turned around, stunned. It was Wei Wei. She was glaring at Boss Ding, her face flushed with anger. I groaned internally. What was she doing? She was driving the price up on me. Seeing my worried expression, Wei Wei leaned in and whispered through gritted teeth. We might lose, but we won't be bullied. If you don't have the money, I'll lend it to you. The stall owner and Boss Ding both burst out laughing. Kid, I have to hand it to you, the owner chuckled. You've got guts, and you've got a pretty girl backing you up. Fine, the price is at 2,000. I looked at the 2 bowls on the table again. My plan was shifting. I looked at Wei Wei and frowned. 2,000? Do you even have that much? Of course I do, she snapped, completely unaware she was playing right into my hands. Boss Ding's face darkened. He hated being challenged, especially by a girl. You think doubling the price scares me? I'll double it again. For 1,000. The stall owner was beaming. He had bought these bowls from a farmer for $100. Selling one for 4,000 was a massive win. He looked at me, waiting to see if I'd go higher. I smirked inwardly. There were 2 bowls here, but only one was real. And it wasn't the one we were fighting over. The real treasure was sitting quietly to the side, ignored by everyone. It was a genuine official kiln export. The one Ding was fighting me for was a clever fake. Wei Wei's outburst had actually provided the perfect distraction. I bit my lip, acting desperate. Wei Wei, can you lend me 6,000? Sure, she said instantly. You're staying at my grandpa's house anyway. You can't run away. 10,000. Ding screamed, his eyes bloodshot. He slammed 10,000 in cash onto the table. I'm not losing to a brat today. The stall owner looked at me. I lowered my eyes and sighed, signaling that I was out. He snatched up the cash and handed the fake bowl to Ding. Kid, Ding said, puffing out his chest. The ghost market is for professionals. Consider this a lesson. In the future, keep your head down. You've got no money and no talent. How dare you? Wei Wei shouted. The market is open to everyone. You call yourself a professional? You're just a bully. I grabbed her arm and pulled her back. Forget it, Wei Wei. We don't have his kind of money. We lost. Ding laughed and walked away, clutching his treasure like a trophy. The stall owner started counting his money, giving me a pitying look. Don't take it to heart, kid. You'll get used to it. I sighed and pointed to the remaining bowl on the table. Well, since I lost that one, how about 500 for this leftover? The owner didn't even blink. He took my 500 and handed me the second bowl. It was the easiest win of my life. Wei Wei was fuming as we walked away. Why didn't you keep fighting him? We could have figured the money out. My master taught me to only fight battles I can win, I said, sounding casual. I don't have much money left. Picking up a leak requires skill, not just cash. Wei Wei pouted. That guy was such a jerk. He ruined everything. Now we're stuck with the consolation prize. Do you even know what you're doing? I smiled. Ever heard the saying? He who laughs last, laughs best. Just wait. When we reached a quiet corner, I pulled the bowl out and examined it under my flashlight. My heart skipped a beat. The glaze was fine. The markings were perfect. This was a genuine Qing Dynasty official kiln piece. It was worth 100 times what I paid. Before Wei Wei could ask what I was smiling about, a deep voice came from the shadows. Not bad, young man. That was a very clever move. You let Boss Ding walk away with a headache he hasn't felt yet. I spun around. An old man in a gray shirt was standing there, fanning himself with a paper fan. He had a small scar on the bridge of his nose and a well-groomed white beard. He looked about 60, but his eyes were sharp as a hawk's. In his other hand, he was rotating 2 walnut shells, the clicking sound rhythmic and steady. $500 for a genuine piece, the old man said, his eyes twinkling. A very successful hunt. The old man's walnuts were slick and oily, glowing with a deep luster that only comes from years of constant handling. I could tell the oils from his skin had seeped deep into the shell over decades. A thought struck me. Had this old guy been watching me the whole time? And who might you be? I asked with a small smile. He didn't answer. He just gave me a knowing grin, turned around, and vanished into the crowd like a firework. 1 second he was there, the next he was gone. What a weirdo, Yuan Wei Wei muttered, watching him disappear. Then she noticed I was staring at her with a look of pure disbelief. What? Why are you looking at me like that? I let a smirk play on my lips. Yuan Wei Wei, I've met a lot of people who aren't what they seem, but you're a first. You look so innocent and pure, but underneath that, you're stubborn and, honestly, a bit of a brat. Shen Hao really read you wrong. Wei Wei burst out laughing. She knew I was right. Most people thought she was the quiet, gentle type, but that was a total lie. She wasn't some fake, delicate flower. I didn't realize you were such an expert on girls, she teased, leaning in. Tell me, have you ever even had a girlfriend? I thought about it for a second. Back in the mountain village, there were a few pretty girls, but they all left for school or work. When they came back years later, they usually had a boyfriend in tow. I never stood a chance. I shook my head. Wei Wei laughed even harder. So you're a total amateur. I don't know where you get the nerve to talk like you know everything. But I get it now. You're like a dragon trapped in a shallow pond. I thought you were just some migrant worker coming to the city for a manual job, but you're actually an antique expert. I wouldn't say expert, I replied. My master taught me things differently than most people. I just learned a bit here and there. To be honest, I never knew how much I actually learned until I got here. Wei Wei was genuinely impressed now. That old man from before clearly knew his stuff, and he had confirmed that I'd picked up a leak. That meant I had real skill. She looked at me differently, realizing that if I just cleaned myself up a bit, I wouldn't look half bad. I tucked the porcelain bowl away safely. The ghost market was just getting started. I'd made a small profit, but I wanted more. Hey, young man. A voice called out from a nearby stall. Check this out. I've got a piece of jade that'll blow your mind. Since you were willing to drop 4,000 on a bowl, why not spend it on some quality jade instead? I turned to see a middle-aged vendor pointing at an old-looking jade pendant. I walked over, grabbed a small folding stool from the side, and sat down. How about it? The vendor asked, leaning in. Look at the color. Look at that bone rust on the surface. Genuine antique, right? Bone rust, huh? I said slowly. I looked him dead in the eye. Brother, have you ever heard of Master Coair? The vendor's face went stiff. Wei Wei looked at me, totally lost. Who's Master Coair? A relative of yours? I chuckled. Master Coair is the patron saint of fakes. He was a master at aging jade, and his specialty was faking that exact bone rust. If you're running a stall in the ghost market, you should know his name. It's a legend in the trade. The vendor's expression became incredibly uneasy. He had seen us, a young couple who didn't look like regulars, and figured we were just tourists looking for a thrill. He thought we were the perfect marks to swindle. He didn't expect me to drop the name of the industry's most famous forger. I didn't stop there. I explained exactly how Master Coair used to work back in the Republican era. Wei Wei listened with wide eyes, finally realizing the antique was a total sham. The vendor's face turned pale, and his eyelids started twitching. I picked up the fish-shaped pendant and rubbed my thumb over the surface. I started light, then pressed harder. The vendor watched me, his face turning a sickly shade of iron blue. When I lifted my thumb, there was a faint smudge of color on my skin. The rust on the jade had faded. Brother, you're a pro, the vendor whispered, his heart skipping a beat. He grabbed my hand quickly, looking terrified. My mistake. Please, don't take offense. As we walked away, I started wondering about my master again. He had spent over a decade forcing me to touch, smell, and look at all sorts of strange objects in the temple. I remembered him holding my tiny fingers and guiding them over the carvings on jade dragons, explaining why one dragon looked different from another. He made me study the shapes of porcelain, why some are round, some flat, some wide at the top and narrow at the bottom. In that moment, it was like a dam broke in my mind. 20 years of memories came rushing back with total clarity. For 23 years, I had lived this, but for 20 of those years, I had been trained. I finally understood where this instinct came from. My eyes felt a little hot. The old man back at the temple really had taught me everything. He tried to scam you, Wei Wei said, pulling me out of my thoughts. Why aren't you angry? Because this is the ghost market, I explained. Everything here is half real and half fake. People come here to test their luck. It's not a place to get worked up. Besides, in this business, you always leave people a way out. It's better to make friends than enemies. Then why did you help me with Shun Hao? She asked softly. I can't stand men who hit women, I said simply. That's different. Wei Wei didn't say anything, but I could tell she was moved. There were plenty of guys around that day, but I was the only one who stepped up. To me, it wasn't a big deal. It was just how I was raised. I scanned the crowd and suddenly caught a scent. Wow, that smells amazing. Wei Wei followed my gaze, probably expecting me to find another treasure. Instead, she saw a young, trendy woman clinging to the arm of an old man. The girl looked to be in her early 20s, wearing a tight t-shirt and hot pants with heavy makeup. She looked completely out of place in the dusty market. The man she was with had to be at least 60, a portly guy who looked like he had money. Oh, Wei Wei said, her voice dripping with judgment. So you like that type? I didn't answer. I wasn't looking at the girl. I was looking at what she was holding. I walked slowly toward a nearby stall where an old man and a young woman were browsing through a stack of dusty books. The girl looked completely out of place. She was in her early 20s, wearing a tight t-shirt and hot pants, her face covered in heavy makeup. She looked bored out of her mind. You dragged me out in the middle of the night for this, she complained, her voice sharp with annoyance. This is so dull. The man she was with looked to be at least 60, a portly guy who clearly had money. He chuckled and shook his head. You girls just have no appreciation for history. Don't look down on these books. What's so great about them? She snapped. They're just old comic books. I couldn't help it. I let out a short, sharp laugh. The girl's head whipped around, and she glared at me. Who are you? She hissed. What's so funny? Get away from me. Beauty, you have a very special scent on you, I said, ignoring her attitude. I was just wondering what brand of perfume it is. Or, are you carrying jade? Wei Wei's eyes widened. For a second, I think she thought I was just hitting on the girl. But when I mentioned the jade, she relaxed. She knew I was hunting for something. The girl rolled her eyes. She looked me up and down, taking in my dusty clothes and messy hair. "You're a freak," she muttered. I stepped a bit closer and took a deep breath. The scent was incredible. It was thick, sweet, and intoxicating. The girl lost her temper and raised her hand to slap me, but the old man caught her wrist. "Wait," he said, looking at me with interest. "He's messing with me," she whined, shaking his arm. "Aren't you going to do something?" I looked her straight in the eye. "I'm just curious. If that's not perfume, then it has to be jade. But I don't see any on you. Is the scent just lingering on your skin?" The old man smiled. "You've got a good eye, kid, and a better nose." He lifted the girl's hand. "She handled a piece of fragrant gold jade earlier today. The real deal. That's why the scent is still there." My heart skipped a beat. Back at the temple, I had grown up surrounded by treasures, but I had never seen fragrant gold jade. My master told me stories about it. It was a natural stone that smelled like rich chocolate. It was legendary. "I see," I said, feeling a pang of disappointment. "It's a shame I missed the actual stone." I apologized for the intrusion and walked away with Wei Wei. The old man turned back to the girl, lecturing her about how valuable his new treasure was. Wei Wei looked at me, confused. "Why do you care so much about a smell?" I went quiet. When I was 12, I got lost in the mountains. I thought I was going to die out there. I remembered huddling under some leaves, shivering in the dark. Half conscious, I felt someone pick me up. I smelled that exact scent, sweet, rich, and comforting. The next morning, I woke up at the gates of the temple, wrapped in a warm blanket. My master said a kind stranger must have saved me. I had searched for that scent for years. But the old man said he had just acquired the jade today. He wasn't the one who saved me. "That jade likes women," I told Wei Wei, trying to shake off the memory. "The scent stays on a woman's skin much longer than a man's. It's strange, but true." Wei Wei tilted her head. "Really? Then find me a piece someday. Maybe the scent will stay on me forever." "Why you?" I asked. She smirked and pointed to her nose. "Because I'm prettier than that girl. If the jade has taste, it'll definitely prefer me." I laughed and gave her a thumbs up. She had a point. But as we walked, my mind drifted back to the feng shui readings I had done earlier. The omens had predicted a major event today, something big. Boasting hadn't been enough to fulfill that prophecy. Something else was coming. Something that would cost me. Suddenly, I felt a slight tug. My pocket felt light. I didn't even have to look. I knew. Someone was trying to rob me. I didn't hesitate. I spun around and stomped hard on the person's foot. Before they could react, I grabbed their wrist and twisted. "You picked the wrong target," I growled. A flash of cold steel caught the moonlight. The thief had a blade. My instinct screamed. I let go of his wrist and struck his arm with my fingers, aiming for the pressure point. I smelled blood instantly. The thief was fast. He slammed his elbow into my stomach, knocking the wind out of me, and used the opening to bolt into the crowd. He vanished in seconds. I looked down at my hand. A long, thin gash ran across the back of it, blood dripping onto the pavement. Wei Wei gasped and dove for the ground. She picked up my wallet and checked the ID inside. "He almost got it. Chin Hai, your hand. You're bleeding." The crowd around us didn't even blink. In the ghost market, pickpockets were as common as the dust. "He was a professional," I muttered, clutching my hand. The cut wasn't deep, but it stung. Wei Wei was panicking. "We need a pharmacy. Stay here, I'll go find one." I grabbed her arm. "Don't. It's the middle of the night. You aren't wandering these streets alone. But you're hurt." "I grew up in the mountains," I said, leaning against a wall. "I've been scratched by branches deeper than this. It's nothing." I looked at the blood on my hand and realized the prophecy had come true. A loss of blood for a saved fortune. The city was already starting to show me its teeth. That thief was no amateur. My master used to tell me stories about people like him. He said the true professionals were trained from childhood, practicing a craft as refined as any martial art. They started by picking beans out of bowls, then moved to grabbing copper coins from deep vats of rice, over and over, until their fingers were like lightning. That man's technique was flawless. All his power was concentrated in 2 fingertips. I wasn't even angry. I was actually a little excited. I couldn't believe people still made a living with those old-school methods in a modern city. It was fascinating. As I explained this, Wei Wei's eyes looked like they were going to pop out of her head. I could tell she was wondering where I came from. Even though I'd never had a formal education, I knew things she'd never heard of in her university classes. She wasn't ready to let it go, though. She wanted to chase him down and teach him a lesson. I shook my head. Never corner a desperate enemy, I told her. Besides, guys like that work in crews. The moment he struck, the loot would have been passed off to an accomplice. Even if we caught him, he'd have clean pockets. If we caused a scene, his friends would swarm us. I had come to the ghost market for treasures, not a street brawl. By the time the bleeding stopped, the market was in full swing. The air was thick with the sounds of haggling and the rhythmic flow of antique slang. I was getting restless. I stood up, my eyes scanning the stalls. I hadn't just been sitting there waiting for my hand to clod. I had been scouting. I spotted my target. I moved fast, but someone else was faster. A hand reached out and snatched the item right before I could touch it. I looked up and saw a pair of eyes filled with resentment. It was Master Chu. Talk about a small world. Chu looked at me, a cold smirk playing on his lips. Well, if it isn't you. We really do have a destiny, don't we? He was still bitter about the Eastern Pearl incident from the shop. He looked like he wanted to skin me alive, but he kept that fake, oily smile on his face. He clearly wanted to teach this mountain boy a lesson about how hard life in the city could be. I looked at him. Between the bossy shop owner from earlier and the pickpocket, this was the real main course. Chu had a hooked nose, a thin bridge, and those damn triangular eyes. In the study of faces, that meant he was selfish, narrow-minded, and treacherous. Not a good person at all. Wei Wei didn't know who he was, but she could feel the tension. She stepped closer to me, ready to back me up. Master Chu, I said, forcing a smile. We meet again. It's an honor. Anything you pick must be a top-tier treasure. I didn't actually know who this guy was in the grand scheme of the city's elite. I just called him Master because everyone else did. To me, he was just another name to keep track of. I looked at the stone in his hand. It was only about the size of a palm, but my eyes turned red with envy. I had been scanning the market all night, and this was the first thing that truly caught my eye. Seeing him grab it first stung. The stone looked plain at first glance, but those radish vein patterns made my heart itch. There's an old saying, an ounce of Tianhuang stone is worth 10 ounces of gold. This was the stuff emperors used for their royal seals. It was incredibly rare. In a place full of fakes, this stone was easy to verify if you knew what to look for. You needed the radish veins, the red veins, and the stone skin. I had confirmed the radish veins from a distance, which is why I jumped for it. Does the little brother like this stone too? Chu asked, looking smug. He clearly thought he could stomp all over me. I raised an eyebrow. I was new to the city and already making enemies, but I didn't care. I was alone in this world, with no family to hold me back. I was fearless. If I like what you like, it just proves I have good taste, right? I grinned. I raised my voice on purpose. This stone is incredible. A crowd started to gather. Chu's smile began to stiffen. He sensed something was wrong. To judge Tianhuang's stone, you look for 3 things, I announced to the onlookers. Radish veins, red veins, and stone skin. The radish veins are obvious. When the light hit it earlier, I saw those fine, transparent white threads inside. As they say, no veins, no Tianhuang. Chu blinked. He realized I didn't even have a flashlight. He looked at the one in his own hand and nearly cursed. I must have used the light from his own torch while I was watching from afar. He'd moved fast, but I'd seen everything. I wasn't done. That's the first sign. The second is the red veins, the bloodlines. This stone has them too. I took a sudden step toward him. He flinched, looking at me with pure suspicion. Relax, I laughed. You already bought it. I can't steal it from you. Chu looked uneasy. My eyes must have looked like deep, dark pools to him. He couldn't figure out what I was playing at. He couldn't tell if I was a clueless country bumpkin or something much more dangerous. Little brother, are you saying this stone is real? Someone from the crowd asked. I smiled and pointed at the stone in Chu's hand. Look at that yellow-red hue. The veins are leaning toward bright red. Those are perfect red grids. Look, everyone. This stone is a masterpiece. He's right, someone else muttered. No grids, no Tianhuang. This looks like the real deal. Who is this kid? He's an expert. I'm no expert, I said loudly. Just a boy from the mountains. Oh, and the third sign, the skin. This is a classic thin-skinned specimen. Congratulations, Master Chu. Your vision is unmatched. I'm truly impressed. My voice was booming with excitement. Chu, however, looked like he'd swallowed a fly. He knew I was up to something, but for the life of him, he couldn't see the trap I was digging. Even Wei Wei was confused. She'd seen how much I wanted that stone, so why was I acting like his biggest fan? I didn't want to give up on that stone, but I knew when to fold my hand. I signaled to Yin Wei Wei, and we slipped away from the stall, disappearing into the thinning crowd. Once we reached a quiet corner, Wei Wei turned back and saw a massive swarm of people surrounding the spot we'd just left. It was absolute chaos back there. She looked at me, realization dawning on her face. You did that on purpose, didn't you? All that shouting about how great the stone was. Smart girl, I said, snapping my fingers. I've got no appetite for a head-on fight today. Besides, I've already crossed paths with that Master Chu. He's the type to hold a grudge. If I tried to outbid him directly, he'd never let me win easily. Wei Wei almost cursed it out loud. So you played him. You told everyone it was a masterpiece, so they'd all jump in to compete with him. You're stalling him. Exactly, I said firmly. My instincts are never wrong. If I was going to run into trouble today, it would definitely involve him. Best to throw a wrench in his gears first. I glanced around. We shouldn't stay here. Let's move. Wei Wei wanted to stay and watch the drama, but seeing my bandaged hand, she sighed and followed me. Behind us, Master Chu was trapped. He clutched the Tianhuang stone like a lifeline, looking like a man who had swallowed a bitter pill. On one side, a pack of hungry wolves, the other collectors, were ready to tear the prize from his hands. On the other, I was already walking away. He had planned to set a trap for me today, to watch me fall flat on my face, but I'd slipped right through his fingers. He'd been in this industry for years, and after I'd embarrassed him last time, he was dying for revenge. Damn it, he hissed under his breath. He got away again. The crowd wasn't letting him go. That stone isn't settled yet, someone shouted. High bidder wins. Let's see some fair play. Chu's heart sank. He realized exactly what I'd done. If he'd kept his mouth shut, he could have walked away with the steal. Now, even if he managed to keep the stone, he'd have to pay a fortune for it. That mountain monkey had completely ruined his score. Wei Wei and I made it out of the ghost market quickly. I'd seen enough for one day. I'd come back another time when the stars were better aligned. My heart was still racing with excitement over the 100-fold bowl tucked safely in my bag. We started to cross the street when suddenly, the skin on my scalp tightened. A wave of icy dread washed down my spine. My master always said that humans have a natural sense for impending danger. Some just feel it stronger than others. I looked up. A pair of blinding headlights slammed into my eyes. In a split second, I lunged forward. I shoved Yin Wei Wei back with all my strength. She tumbled away, clutching the bowl to her chest. The sound was deafening. Wei Wei's heart nearly stopped. The car screeched to a halt, and the driver scrambled out, face pale with terror. I was sprawled on the pavement, motionless, looking like all the life had been knocked out of me. The driver reached down, trembling, and grabbed my arm. Are you okay? That voice, it sounded familiar. I forced my eyes open, but my head felt like it weighed 1,000 pounds. I couldn't even lift it. The 6th level of the Kuan ordeal, I thought bitterly. So this is where it was waiting for me. Master, I whispered into the darkness as my vision faded. Will I ever make it back to the mountain to see you? Everything went black. When I finally regained consciousness, the first thing I felt was a dull, throbbing ache. The second was a sharp, medicinal smell that made my nose wrinkle. I opened my eyes and found myself staring at a very familiar face. You? I groaned, struggling to sit up. I looked around the hospital room. Which idiot hit me? Did they catch them? Standing by my bed was Zhao Ningxue. She was wearing a fiery red business suit that looked wildly out of place against the sterile white walls. Her makeup was bolder than when I'd seen her at the antique market, making her look breathtakingly beautiful. I blinked, momentarily stunned. I'd thought she was pretty before, but today she was stunning. Her cheeks were flushed red, and she looked like she was struggling to find words. Then it clicked. It was you? You hit me. I'm so sorry, she said quickly. I was in a huge rush and didn't see you crossing. But don't worry, I spoke to the doctor. You only have some minor surface injuries. The CT scan was clear. Also, the doctor said you have an incredibly strong body. I let out a dry chuckle. You know my body better than I do now, huh? She froze, realizing how that sounded, and then gave a small, nervous laugh. The doctor said your physical condition is elite. Most people would have broken half their bones being hit like that. Your bones are like iron. I went quiet, thinking back to the mountain. My master used to force me into those strange horse stances and weird physical routines for hours every day. I never thought much of it, but maybe that's why I survived. I suddenly felt a pang of homesickness for that grumpy old Taoist. Zhao Ningxue saw my somber expression and leaned in closer, worried. I looked up suddenly, and our noses nearly brushed against each other. The sudden cold contact made us both recoil. But then, I caught a scent. I lunged forward and grabbed her hand. She gasped, her face turning a deep shade of crimson. What are you doing?" she stammered. "I told you I'll pay the medical bills. I'll compensate you. You can't just have ideas." "Ideas?" I laughed. "You think I want you to pay me back with your body? You're thinking too much. I'm just smelling your hand." Her eyes widened. I let go and looked at her seriously. "You've touched Jinxiang Jade tonight, haven't you? The scent is still fresh. You have some at home?" She pulled her hand back, her expression shifting from embarrassment to shock. "Yes, my grandmother collects it." "How did you know?" "When I was a kid, I got lost in the deep forest," I told her, my voice softening. "I was freezing to death, ready to give up. A person who smelled exactly like Jinxiang Jade saved me. They brought me back to the temple and saved my life. Other than my parents, that's the one person I want to find and thank in person." Zhao Ningxue finally relaxed, a genuine smile spreading across her face. "I see. For a second there, I thought you were just a creep. You know, that snuff bottle you picked for me was a huge hit. My elder loved it. She knew it was top-quality Gold Star Jade the moment she saw it. I really can't thank you enough. So you decided to thank me by running me over?" I joked. "You heard yourself. The medical bills and the compensation are on you. I'll just stay here for a couple of days to make sure you're okay," Zhao Ningxue murmured, her voice uncharacteristically soft. "I don't need 2 days," I countered. I turned my head and realized the room was flooded with bright light. The sun was already high in the sky. The doctor said if today's observation goes well, I can leave immediately. Suddenly, I panicked. I reached out to feel the space beside me on the bed. My heart skipped a beat. My scalp felt tight. "Where is it?" I barked. "Where's the 100-fold bowl?" My mind was a blur for a second. Then, the memory flickered back. I'd given it to Yin Weiwei for safekeeping. I asked Zhao Ningxue where she was, and she told me the girl had headed off to school. "She left a message for you," Zhao Ningxue said. "She told you it's put away safely and not to worry." I breathed a sigh of relief. Yin Weiwei really was full of surprises. Judging by her delicate, soft looks, you'd expect a quiet wallflower, but she was energetic and bold. Meanwhile, Zhao Ningxue, who looked sharp enough to draw blood, was actually quite innocent. Maybe even a little naive. Wait, I squinted at Zhao Ningxue. Her eyebrows had been professionally shaped. It ruined the natural lines of her face, making it impossible for me to read her fortune accurately. Seeing that I was mostly fine, Zhao Ningxue checked her watch. She had a meeting at the company but promised to come back later. She hurried out of the room. The moment she stepped into the hospital corridor, the warmth vanished from her face. Her expression turned cold as ice, her eyes sharpening with a professional edge. As she reached the parking lot, her assistant rushed to meet her. "President Zhao," the assistant whispered. "That guy. He didn't try to blackmail you, did he?" Zhao Ningxue's brow relaxed slightly. "He's a strange one. The strangest person I've ever met." The assistant was a girl in her early 20s with short hair. She was a head shorter than Zhao Ningxue, but she carried herself with a steady, commanding presence. She looked at her boss curiously. "You seem to treat him differently, President Zhao." "He loves money, but he isn't greedy," Zhao Ningxue said, reflecting on our encounter. "He claims he grew up in a Taoist temple on a mountain, yet he knows antiques inside and out. The first time he stepped into the market, he pulled out a death sword and humiliated Master Chu." The assistant listened, stunned. "So, the gift you gave the old madam? That was his doing." A stunning smile played on Zhao Ningxue's lips. Exactly. Do you know how much I paid? 8,990. That's all it took to make the old madam that happy. It was worth every penny. Is he really just some guy from a temple? The assistant asked, breathless. It seems so. His clothes and the way he talks. He doesn't seem like he grew up here in Jiangbei, Zhao Ningxu sighed. But there's more. What is it? He only smelled my hands, and he knew I'd touched Jinxiang Jade recently. A boy from a mountain temple, who is that knowledgeable? It's unbelievable. Her eyes sparkled with genuine curiosity. You can't learn that just from books. Arrange for someone to look after him. Whatever the doctor says, do it. Understood, the assistant replied. Are you thinking of bringing him into the fold? Zhao Ningxue arched an eyebrow. He doesn't just know antiques. He seems to be able to calculate fates, too. The assistant let out a short laugh. President Zhao, you don't actually believe in that stuff, do you? It's not about belief. I've read things about the Mai sect and their secret texts. They mention the 12 palaces of the face. Zhao Ningxue started talking a mile a minute, leaving her assistant bewildered. You actually know about the 12 palaces? If you don't know something, you look it up, Zhao Ningxue said, pulling up a search page on her phone to show the girl. I find this traditional culture fascinating. It's mysterious. My grandmother used to tell me stories, but experiencing it firsthand is different. But if people could really see the future, why would they ever have to work? The assistant teased. Better to believe it than not, Zhao Ningxue said, then paused. No, it's more than that. When he took me through the antique market, he mentioned the plum blossom divination, and everything happened exactly as he said. I want to know how many more secrets he's hiding. Send Wen Yuan and Xiao Qiu to watch over him. That girl he was with is at school. Zhao Ningxue smirked. Xiao Qiu was the biggest gossip in the office. She'd be perfect for digging up information on me. Back in the room, I spotted a fruit basket by the bed. I grabbed a banana and started peeling it. I was starving. I felt my pocket and realized my phone was still there. I wanted to call Yin Weiwei, but then I remembered we hadn't exchanged numbers. I swiped the screen and saw a missed call from a saved contact, Yin Weiwei. She must have added herself. I called her back immediately. You're awake, her voice chirped through the line. Are you okay? Anything broken? A concussion? Say something. Pa, don't curse me. I joked. When she heard I was fine, she let out a sigh of relief. She had a big exam and had to stay at school to study. You money grubber, she laughed when I stayed silent. I know you're worried about your bowl. Don't worry, I took it back to your room and locked it up. I grinned. Good. That's my first trophy in Jiangbei. After hanging up, I lay back and folded my arms behind my head. Everything that happened over the last 2 days flashed through my mind. But the thing that stuck with me most was that scent of Jinxiang Jade, who saved me all those years ago. That place was so far from the temple. How did they know exactly where to take me? I sat up abruptly as a realization hit me. Holy crap. The sudden movement yanked at my stitches, and I hissed in pain. It was just a flesh wound, but it stung like hell. Still, I couldn't stop smiling. Zhao Ningxue hitting me with her car was a stroke of luck. Thanks to her, I had my first bit of cash, and now, her accident had jolted my memory. I really needed to get her birth charts and check her fortune properly. Feeling celebratory, I grabbed an apple from the basket. I didn't feel like getting up to wash it, so I just rubbed it against my pants and opened my mouth for a big bite. Suddenly, a shadow lunged at me. The apple was snatched right out of my hand. Don't eat that without washing it, a voice scolded. I jumped, startled. A young woman with round glasses and chubby, cute cheeks stood over me. I looked at the apple, then back at her face. Little apple. I blurted out. Who are you looking for? The girl gasped, nearly dropping the fruit. How do you know my nickname? Did President Zhao tell you? No, she doesn't even know it. I almost laughed. I only called her that because her face was as round and red as the fruit in her hand. You must be the one Zhao Ningxue sent to look after me, I said. I'm Qin Hai. I'm Yi Xiaoqiu, an office clerk, she said, adjusting her glasses. She looked at me suspiciously. But why are you calling President Zhao by her full name? Xiaoqiu clearly had a mission. She was a low-level staffer compared to the senior assistants, but she was sharp. She'd been told to watch me closely, and I could tell she was already looking for an opening. Xiaoqiu's mission was clear: talk a lot, act friendly, and trick me into revealing my secrets. You can't eat that apple like that, she said, sounding eager to please. Do you have any idea how many pesticides are on these things nowadays? It has to be peeled. Just wait. I stared at her, genuinely baffled. Growing up on the mountain, I ate everything raw. If there was water, I'd rinse it. If not, I'd just rub it on my shirt and dig in. People in the city were way too fussy. In my opinion, the skin was where all the nutrients were anyway. A few minutes later, Xiaoqiu returned with the peeled apple. She held it with a paper towel underneath, terrified of getting a single drop of juice on her hands. She handed it to me like she was serving a king. It was the first time in my life I'd been waited on like this. Honestly, it felt weird. I took a bite and looked at her. Sister, you don't have to do this. You don't look much older than me. It makes me uncomfortable. What's there to be uncomfortable about? She chirped. I prepare fruit platters for everyone at the office. I'm at the bottom of the ladder in the general manager's office, so I handle all the odd jobs. See, when you got hurt, I was the only one they sent. I'm basically replaceable. She said it so naturally, without a hint of self-pity. I actually admired that. She knew exactly where she stood in the company hierarchy and was perfectly fine with it. So, she started, finally opening the floodgates. How do you know President Zhao? I knew this was coming. Xiaoqiu might have been a low-level clerk, but she was the office know-it-all. No gossip escaped her. Zhao Ningxue probably used her as a filter to gather useful intel. Well, first he broke my stuff, I said, watching her closely. Then I helped him out. Then he hit me with his car. Wouldn't you say your President Zhao is in the wrong here? Xiaoqiu tilted her head, running the math in her brain. President Zhao made a mistake first. Then you helped her. Then she hit you. Okay, technically, she's the one at fault. But why would she hit you? Our president isn't that kind of person. Crunch. I took a massive bite of the apple and spoke with my mouth full. Then what kind of person is she? What's her deal? Xiaoqiu looked at me like I was an alien. My God, are you new to Jiangbei? You don't know who President Zhao is? She's the general manager of the Zhao Group. Their only daughter. She's a famous beauty and a certified jewelry appraiser. A jewelry appraiser? I perked up. So she knows her jade and gemstones? Of course. She's a master at gambling on raw stones too. Xiaoqiu blathered on, unable to stop herself. Don't let her looks fool you. She's not just a pretty face. She's the real deal, wealthy, beautiful, and brilliant. I finished the apple, leaving only the core. Xiaoqiu immediately swooped in with a tissue, wrapped up the core, and tossed it. Her movements were so professional it stunned me. Impressive, I muttered. Here, wipe your hands. She handed me a wet wipe instantly. My jaw nearly hit the floor. Are you really just a clerk? The clerks at the Zhao Group go through professional vocational training, she said proudly. We aren't like those ordinary office workers out there. The Zhao Group is a top-tier jewelry company. Our brands lead the industry. President Zhao is a legend. Okay, my ears are starting to ring, I laughed. What about her family? She mentioned a grandmother. You mean old Madame Zhao? When she was young, she was a legendary antique restorer. If something was broken, she could fix it perfectly. Her reputation was massive. She's retired now and only works for people she really likes. Then there's the founder, old Mr. Zhao Qingshan. He has 2 sons, but President Zhao's father was the one who inherited the company. Xiaoqiu was on a roll. She didn't even stop to swallow her spit as she laid out the entire family tree. I processed it all quickly. The Zhao Group was a jewelry giant. The founder was Zhao Qingshan. His wife, Bai Wanfang, was the restorer. They had 2 sons, Zhao Jianghe and Zhao Jiangtao. The elder son, Jianghe, had twins, a boy named Mingrue and a girl named Wansi. The younger son, Jiangtao, had only one daughter, Zhao Ningxue. Because Jiangtao inherited the business and Ningxue was so capable, she became the general manager. What about the other family? I asked. It felt strange. The eldest son's family just got nothing? That's rough. They couldn't help it. Neither the older nor the younger generation can compete with President Zhao's family, Xiaoqiu said, finally pausing to catch her breath. They hold positions in the group, but they're just there. They don't dare cross the chairman or President Zhao openly, but they trip them up behind their backs all the time. It's been a nightmare lately because of the old madam's birthday. Total power struggle. That explained Zhao Ningxue's desperation earlier. I wondered if the inkstone I picked for her actually helped. Those twins only know how to eat, drink, and play, Xiaoqiu added. They're useless and just make things harder for President Zhao. If they weren't family, she would have kicked them out long ago. As the last word left her mouth, Xiaoqiu's face went white. She froze. She realized she had done the exact opposite of what she was sent to do. Instead of getting my secrets, she had spilled the entire Zhao family history to a stranger. Oh no, she whispered. I'm so sorry, President Zhao. I didn't mean to. Little Apple, you're amazing, I said, giving her a big thumbs up. The Zhao group's structure is perfectly clear now. You're very articulate. That professional training really paid off. Xiaoqiu couldn't even force a smile. She looked like she wanted to cry. Where are you from anyway? I asked, grabbing a banana from the basket. Your accent isn't local. Let's be friends. I can count the people I know in Jiangbei on one hand. Let's exchange WeChat. We added each other. Xiaoqiu seemed slightly relieved that she at least got my contact info. I cleared my throat. Hey, do you know any reliable places to sell antiques? Somewhere legit. The most reliable place is Fongbao Gallery, she said quickly. The owner is a big guy. He's not crooked, unlike that man named Chu. I go to the antique market for President Zhao a lot, and I really don't like Master Chu. The fat guy is better, I agreed. He has an eye for things. I don't like that Chu guy either. His face shows he's untrustworthy. Xiaoqiu felt a wave of defeat. I was completely leading the conversation. She had the skills, but she was using them in all the wrong places. She had met her match. She gave a dry laugh, feeling like her career was over. You're Qin Hai, right? President Zhao said you don't have to stay in the hospital if you don't want to. It's up to you. This is a hospital, not a nursing home, I replied. I've got all my limbs. As soon as the doctor clears me, I'm out. Xiaoqiu tried to find another topic, but I cut her off with a grin. Little Apple, you have a very lucky face. The length of your philtrum is quite auspicious. I have high hopes for you. She blinked, surprised. You can read faces? This was my chance to get some information out of her. I saw the opening and took it. You've studied this, haven't you? Xiaoqiu asked, leaning in. Where did you learn all this? My master, I said, grabbing another banana. He's basically my foster father. He raised me since I was a kid, but he never let me call him dad. It was always master. He's a Taoist priest. I grew up in a temple on the mountain. I took a bite of the fruit. Everything I know, he taught me. But honestly, he couldn't stand me, and I was always looking for an excuse to run down the mountain. So here I am. And he taught you how to read faces? She pressed. Not just faces. Antiques, too. Divination, fortune-telling, all of it. Even some secret arts, I muttered, mostly to myself. Though, who knows if that stuff is actually real? Xiaoqiu clenched her fist under the table. She had finally gotten something out of me. At least now she wouldn't go back to her boss empty-handed. But looking at me, she felt a small pang of pity. So, you're an orphan? Yep. No mom, no dad, I said, my voice flat. On the mountain, everyone called me a wild kid. I was a bit of a troublemaker, so the villagers made sure to remind me of it. It doesn't matter, though. The fact is, I'm alone. I shrugged, acting like I didn't care at all. Xiaoqiu laughed awkwardly, feeling like she had stepped on a landmine. Suddenly, my stomach let out a loud growl. She jumped at the chance to change the subject, offering to get me some food. I wasn't about to be polite. I rattled off a list of dishes I wanted, and she scurried out of the room. As soon as the door clicked shut, I put my head in my hands. That, I don't care, look vanished. Being an orphan couldn't be the whole story. I wasn't born from a crack in a rock. I thought about that Lexus from 20 years ago. Finding my parents was proving harder than finding a piece of Qingxiang jade, but I had leads. Zhao Ningxue's grandmother and that old man in the ghost market both had that specific jade scent. I felt a wave of exhaustion hit me. My organs were fine, but the external bruises were starting to throb. Pain is a great lullaby. I closed my eyes and drifted off, only waking up when the rich aroma of food filled the room. Xiaoqiu was back with a stack of containers. Jiangbei really was a big city. Even the takeout packaging looked expensive. I opened them up and grinned. Poached beef, fuchi fipian, blanched lettuce, and a thick lotus root soup. Perfect. President Zhao said to give you whatever you want, Xiaoqiu said, watching me dig in. She wants you to recover quickly. She talked about President Zhao like she was a goddess. I didn't care about the idol worship. I was starving. The fruit from earlier hadn't done a thing. This three-course meal was exactly what I needed. Man cannot live on air alone. As I inhaled the food, Xiaoqiu looked satisfied. She hadn't cooked it, but she had traveled across the city to find the right place. Good, right? She asked. The shop is pretty far from here. President Zhao loves this place. All the ingredients are flown and fresh. That explained it. The flavors were bold and authentic. The only thing missing was that the Fuchi Fipian wasn't quite as good as my master's version. As I chewed, I looked at Xiaoqiu again. My eyes locked onto her face, and I froze. Little Apple, I said, my voice dropping. When was your last physical exam? An exam? The company just organized one. I haven't seen the report yet. She shifted uncomfortably, my gaze making her skin crawl. Why? What's wrong? I put my chopsticks down. Give me your hand. She reached out, looking dazed. I gripped her palm. In my line of work, we talk about the 5 hearts, the palms, the soles of the feet, and the center of the chest. They should always be warm. If they're ice cold or burning up, something is wrong. I didn't wait for her to speak. I studied her features intensely. We had been joking around before, so I hadn't really looked at her life palace, the area between the eyebrows. Now I saw it. Her skin there was dull, and a thin, faint red line was shooting straight through it. When you get that report, look at it carefully, I said, my face dead serious. If it suggests a follow-up, go immediately. Don't delay. The energy drained out of her. She slumped into a chair. Don't scare me. I'm young. If something happens to me, what about my parents? They're counting on me to get married and buy a house here. Don't panic, I said. Something is off, but it's not a death sentence yet. I've said all I can. Just don't ignore the doctor. I picked up my chopsticks again. Hopefully, I'm wrong. Xiaoqiu's hands went cold. She felt like she had been cursed. She came here to investigate me, and instead, I had her spiraling over a mystery illness. You're just trying to freak me out, aren't you? I didn't answer and went back to my beef. Reading A Life Palace wasn't exactly hard for me. This food really is great. What was the name of the place? I'll go there myself when I'm out. Chuanxiang Pavilion. She snapped, her mood ruined. You're a jerk. How am I supposed to sleep now? Sleep normally, I said nonchalantly. Even if there's an issue, it's minor. And hey, little apple, if I'm wrong, don't blame me. I'm just a kid from the mountains. I don't know any better. She let out a frustrated huff, her face turning red then white. I had managed to cover all my bases while leaving her a nervous wreck. She finished setting up my dinner and bolted as soon as evening hit. She ran straight back to the office, nearly colliding with Zhao Ningxue, who was just leaving. Xiaoqiu tripped, hitting the floor with a thud. I'm going to die, she wailed. Zhao Ningxue startled but quickly helped her up. She looked at her assistant, confused. Xiaoqiu was usually dramatic, but she looked genuinely pale. President Zhao, sorry, Xiaoqiu gasped. Then she saw a stack of papers on a nearby desk. The physical exam reports. Are they here? Can I see mine? Zhao Ningxue nodded, watching as Xiaoqiu lunged for the papers. The girl flipped through the pages, and suddenly, she burst into tears. President Zhao? What do I do? I'm dying. Zhao Ningxue frowned and took the report. It wasn't that bad, just 2 items marked for a follow-up. That guy, Qin Hai, he said my energy was dull and my 5 hearts were cold, Xiaoqiu sobbed. He said if there were follow-up items, I had to go immediately. He knew. Zhao Ningxue felt a chill. I thought you went there to find out his background. How did he end up getting into your head instead? She sighed, half amused and half concerned. I haven't known him long, but he doesn't seem like the type to lie about this. Fine. Take tomorrow off and get the follow-up tests. Xiaoqiu's heart sank even further. If her boss thought Qin Hai was honest, she was definitely in trouble. President Zhao, I'm still so young. I don't want to die. Xiaoqiu was a total wreck. She really thought she was at death's door just because I'd mentioned her energy was dull. When she finally looked at her medical report and saw 2 items marked for follow-up, she lost it. She started sobbing, convinced I was some kind of psychic who had seen her end. Zhao Ningxue tried to calm her down, realizing I wasn't just making things up. She gave Xiaoqiu the next day off for more tests. While they talked, Zhao Ningxue learned more about me. She found out I was an orphan who grew up in a mountain temple. I had no memory of my parents at all. I was just a guy who had been abandoned for 23 years, now wandering the city to find my roots. Zhao Ningxue sighed, feeling a flicker of pity for me. She turned and walked away, leaving Xiaoqiu thinking about how kind her boss was. Back at the hospital, my dinner arrived. It was from the same fancy restaurant as lunch, but the menu had changed. Spicy chicken, blood tofu, and a side of chilled wood-ear mushrooms. There was even a sweet dessert I didn't recognize. Zhao Ningxue had used her influence to get me a private room. I was halfway through shoveling food into my mouth when she walked in. I wiped the grease off my face with the back of my hand and grinned. I told her I'd always had a massive appetite and that my master used to complain about how much I cost to feed. She actually laughed. It was a nice, genuine sound. She started helping me clear the empty containers. I felt a bit awkward. I told her she shouldn't be doing that, especially since Little Apple's sister told me she was a big-shot CEO. Zhao Ningxue paused, a smile playing on her lips. She asked if I meant Xiaoqiu. I nodded. I told her I gave nicknames to everyone back on the mountain. She told me the doctor said I could be discharged the next afternoon. She looked a bit guilty about the accident, but I didn't hold a grudge. Then, she opened her hand. I smelled it before I saw it. My heart skipped a beat. I jumped out of bed so fast my stitches twinged with pain. It was gold fragrant jade. I'd smelled the scent on her before, but now I was seeing the real thing. She'd borrowed it from her grandmother just to show me. She warned me I could only look, not keep it. I told her I wasn't that greedy. I held the jade, feeling its energy. This was the legendary stone that had once saved my life. Years ago, a benefactor wearing this jade had helped me through a deadly crisis. I had come down the mountain hoping to find that person and pay them back. Suddenly, I let go. The jade dropped onto the bed. Zhao Ningxue gasped, terrified I'd broken it. I cursed under my breath. I'd been so excited that I forgot my hands were sweaty from dinner. Sweat can ruin the fragrance and make the stone slippery. I didn't want to disrespect the piece. I went and washed my hands thoroughly. Once they were bone dry, I picked it up again with extreme care. This piece was a deep brownish red. In the world of antiques, that's the highest grade. I gave her a big thumbs up. She smiled, noting that I really was an expert. I eventually handed it back. It was a beautiful thing, but it wasn't mine. I promised myself that once I made enough money, I'd find one for myself. I looked at Zhao Ningxue and told her that since she'd gone out of her way to help me, I owed her one. If she ever needed anything, she just had to ask. She acted cool about it. She said she did it because she wanted to, not because she felt forced. I was surprised. I'd heard rich people were usually arrogant and cold, but she was different. She was reasonable and down to earth. I told her I respected her spirit. The hour was getting late. I told her she should head home. I told her it wasn't safe for a girl to be out alone at night. Zhao Ningxue froze. Her heart skipped a beat. Everyone saw her as a powerful executive or a rich heiress. Nobody ever stopped to think that she might need protection, too. She looked at me, her eyes softening with something I couldn't quite read. She asked if I treated everyone that way. I was confused. I didn't think I'd said anything strange. She bit her lip, told me she wouldn't be there to see me off tomorrow, and then turned and hurried out of the room. Women are a complete mystery to me. I stretched my sore limbs, feeling the ache of lying in bed all day. Suddenly, my phone buzzed. It was my master. As soon as I picked up, the old man started screaming. He called me a heartless brat for not calling him sooner. He ranted about how he'd raised me for years only for me to forget him the moment I hit the city. I just grinned. Distance really does make the heart grow fonder. Back at the temple, we couldn't stand each other, but now I actually missed his nagging. I told him I'd sold the snuff bottle, found a place to stay, and even made some new friends, though they were all women. The master's tone shifted instantly. He sounded annoyed. He barked into the phone, asking me what happened to Zhao Lei. Keep your mind on the task, my master barked through the phone. I sent you down that mountain to see the world, not to chase women. If you have free time, go find Zhao Lei. If you don't understand something, ask him. I already found him, I replied, rolling my eyes. He even treated me to dinner. But master, I'm down here to find my parents. You told me you didn't have any clues, but is that really true? All I have is a Lexus and a partial license plate from 20 years ago. Is there anything else? The other end of the line went silent. I brought up the story again, the one about how I was lost as a baby and someone saved me. Finally, the old man sighed. He remembered. It was the middle of the night when someone pounded on the temple doors. When he opened them, he found me wrapped in a blanket, sleeping soundly. The person who brought me was already gone. We talked for a while longer, but he had nothing new to offer. Just as I was about to hang up, I heard a sharp snap on his end. "Wait," he shouted. "I just remembered. When I picked you up, a business card fell out of your blanket. I think it said, Fong Bao Pavilion." Fong Bao Pavilion. The name sounded incredibly familiar. My mind raced. I remembered my conversation with Yi Xiaoqiu, the assistant with the round face. I'd asked her where I could sell antiques safely. She had told me the most reliable place was Fong Bao Pavilion. She said the boss was a big fat guy, honest and fair, unlike that shady Master Chu. A fat guy? I muttered. Could it be the same place? I laughed out loud into the phone. "Master, I love you. Just stay up there on your mountain. Once I make it big, the money I bring back will be worth more than all your hidden treasures." "In your dreams," he snorted. "You think making money is that easy?" "By the way," I asked, trying to sound casual, "where did you get all those treasures anyway?" Click. He hung up on me. The old man's temper was as short as ever. Just when he showed a hint of warmth, he cut it off. Still, I had a lead. If it was the same Fong Bao Pavilion, my search for my parents finally had a starting point. I couldn't even sleep. I wanted to leave the hospital right then, but it was pitch black outside. I forced myself to wait until morning. When the sun rose, I insisted on being discharged. The doctor looked at my charts and marveled at my recovery speed. He asked if I was an athlete or a PE teacher. "I'm unemployed," I said flatly. The doctor chuckled as he signed the papers. "With a build like yours, it's a waste not to be an athlete. If you're looking for work, try becoming a fitness coach. Get certified." "I'll pass, but thanks," I said, suppressing a grin. I prefer being unemployed. I packed my things, grabbed the leftover fruit, and swaggered out of the hospital. I headed straight back to my rental. Oldley was just heading out to play chess when he saw me. He jumped back in shock. "Wei Wei said you got hit by a car? How are you back already?" "I'm fine, just a scratch," I said. "If you're heading out to play, remember to use the winter melon strategy today." Oldley beamed. He knew I was giving him another winning tip. He told me there were leftovers in the fridge and hurried off. I was starving. Inside the fridge, I found 3 plates and a bowl sealed in plastic. 2 meat dishes and 1 vegetable. Pork with beans, pork with olives, and sautéed eggplant. There wasn't much rice, so I tossed everything into a pan together. I added some chopped green onions and fried it all up into a massive, fragrant bowl of rice. After eating my fill, I went to my room to find the bowl I'd brought from the mountain. That girl, Yin Weiwei, had hidden it deep inside my luggage. I tore a piece of cloth from a spare shirt, wrapped the bowl carefully, and headed for the antique market. I had a goal this time. I asked around until I found Fong Bao Pavilion and stepped inside. It was mid-afternoon, and the market was quiet. 2 shop assistants were lounging around, looking bored. They barely glanced at me when I walked in. I was used to being looked down upon by now. "Excuse me," I shouted, clearing my throat. "Is there a fat guy here?" The assistants jumped. Before they could get angry, I added, "Yi Xiaoqiu, Zhao Ningxua's assistant, recommended me. She said there's a fat guy here who's pretty good at what he does." Their frowns instantly turned into smiles. "Oh, Sister Xiaoqiu sent you? What can we do for you?" Connections really are the best key to any door. I felt my posture straighten. I pulled out my wrapped bowl. "I have something I want to sell. If the boss is in, I'd like him to take a look." The atmosphere shifted. Unlike the rude staff at Master Chu's shop, these guys were incredibly welcoming. One took me to a back room and served me Tiguanyin tea and snacks, while the other took the bowl inside. "Sister Xiaoqiu doesn't usually refer people," the assistant told me. "If she sent you, she must trust you." I didn't call her Little Apple for nothing. I joked. The assistant laughed. "Her face is round like an apple, isn't it? Don't worry, our shop is honest. If it's real, it's real. If it's fake, it's fake. The price will be fair." I asked about the boss. They told me his name was Sun Dahai, though everyone called him Third Brother. He was known for being the most straightforward man in the business. That settled my nerves. A few minutes later, the other assistant came back, looking excited, and invited me into the inner office. I knew the boss was fat, but when I walked in, I still gasped. Fat didn't cover it. This man had to weigh at least 300 pounds. He sat there like a mountain of flesh, bald-headed, and wearing a custom-made traditional robe. He looked like a living Maitreya Buddha, his face naturally set into a kind, smiling expression. He was staring intensely at something in his hands. I leaned in, and my heart skipped a beat. It was green, a piece of high-quality jade with incredible transparency. Floating emerald, I whispered. Beautiful. The fat boss looked up, startled. He moved with surprising speed for a man of his size, whisking the jade away and hiding it, as if he were afraid I'd snatch it. The movement was so frantic it made me want to laugh. Not bad, kid, the boss said, his eyes crinkling with a warm smile. You recognize floating emerald? You're an expert. It was no wonder Yi Xiaoqiu liked this guy. If it were me, I'd also prefer dealing with someone who radiated this much friendliness. I don't actually recognize it, I said, keeping my voice humble. I've only heard descriptions. This is the first time I've seen the real thing. It's an honor. The boss, Sun Dahai, looked back at the jade. Floating emerald was known for its transparency, but it had these tiny, thread-like green streaks inside that looked like floating silk or mist. It was rare and incredibly beautiful. This piece of yours, I added, is absolutely stunning. I wasn't just kissing up. The quality was breathtaking. I couldn't help but wonder if the antique business really made people this rich. My heart fluttered at the thought. The fat boss gave me a long look, sensing my excitement, and finally decided to get down to business. The 100-fold bowl you brought in? My shop, Fongbao Gallery, will take it, he said. He dipped his finger in some water and traced a number on the wooden table. He watched my face closely, a playful glint in his eyes. What do you think? I quickly counted the zeros in my head. Units, tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000, 100,000. 100,000 yuan. My heart gave a violent thud of pure adrenaline. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't thrilled. This was a massive leak I'd picked up for next to nothing. I nodded immediately. The fat boss looked a bit surprised. You're not going to haggle with me? Why haggle? I said, my voice serious. Picking it up was already my good luck. I won't ask for more. A man should know when to be satisfied. This price is more than fair to me. Besides, I'd rather make a friend out of you. His faint eyebrows shot up. He liked my style. Most people would have tried to squeeze him for every cent, but I'd agreed to 100,000 without a blink. How do you want the payment? He asked. Spot goods, spot payment, I said, nearly snapping my fingers. The boast I'd made to my master back on the mountain had come true instantly. 100,000 yuan? That would take a lifetime to earn in a small mountain village. This one small leak had fixed my finances. Then I thought about the Tianhuang stone I'd missed out on earlier and felt a sharp pang of regret. If I'd been one step faster, I could have doubled this fortune. That would have been enough to live like a king in Jiangbei. The deal took less than 10 minutes. With the bowl sold, I turned to the other thing on my mind. Did this shop have any connection to my past? Third brother, I said, shifting my eyes toward him. If you don't mind me asking, how old are you? He slapped his massive thigh and laughed. How old do I look? I wouldn't dare guess. I'm only 32, he said, his face falling into a comical pout. All this fat makes people think I'm 50. But really, I'm not much older than you. That answer felt like a bucket of cold water over my head. If he was only 32, he would have been 22 back then. Could a 22-year-old have been the one who saved me? I grit my teeth and asked if he'd ever been to Xuanzhen Temple on Vietnam Mountain. He looked completely blank. Since I was already asking, I pushed further. Did he own any gold-inlaid jade? Or had he traveled with any 10 years ago? He chuckled and shook his head. Little brother, look at me. I'm not a liar. I've never been to that temple, and I definitely don't have any gold-inlaid jade. As far as I know, there aren't many people in this city who own any. Old Mrs. Zhao is one. Aside from her, maybe a few dozen others. A few dozen? My face soured. Finding my savior was going to be harder than I thought. What about someone who drove a Lexus 20 years ago? I asked. Would that be easy to track? Driving that car 20 years ago? His interest spiked. That person would have been seriously rich. 20 years ago was the year 2000. Back then, they were called Lingji. An imported Camry cost over 400,000. Do you know what 400,000 meant back then? I asked him how he knew so much. He told me his family used to own one. It turned out he hadn't started from scratch. He'd inherited a family business that had been wealthy for a long time. Third brother, what would 400,000 from the year 2000 be worth today? He grabbed a pen and paper, sensing a strange connection with me. With 20 years of inflation? 1,000 back, then is like 10 or 20,000 now. At least 20 times the value. So, that 400,000. Today, that's at least 8 million yuan. A total tycoon. I shivered. The old Taoist was right. Anyone driving a Lexus back then was loaded. Maybe I really was a rich second generation who had been misplaced. But if they were that rich, why dump me in the middle of nowhere? I'm Sun Dahai, the boss said, extending a hand. The circle calls me third brother. My elders call me Little Sanner. He saw me stifling a laugh and joined in. Yeah, Little San sounds like a mistress, so they added the to make it better. What about you? We're fated, third brother. I have Hai in my name too. I'm Qin Hai. I just came down from Xuanzhen Temple. I'm hoping to use my eye for antiques to earn enough to get settled in Jiangbei. The temple? Qin Hai. He laughed loudly. Wait, you're the kid who made Master Chu look like a fool? The whole market is talking about it. They say you picked a Longwei inkstone with top-grade gold stars for President Zhao. Is that true? I nodded, and his eyes widened. Where did you learn to do that? From the Taoist master at the temple, I said casually. I've been studying astronomy, geography, history, and antiques with him since I was a kid. Some of it was hands-on, some was just theory. I've been at it for over a dozen years. He gasped. A dozen years of immersion in antiques since childhood? That kind of experience was priceless. We were hitting it off, but our conversation was cut short when an assistant rushed in. Boss, someone's here to cause trouble. Before he could finish, a loud, angry voice boomed from the front. You fat bastard. Get out here. I'm done being nice. I listened to the voice. It sounded short of breath, unsteady. Whoever it was wasn't healthy. When the man stormed in, my suspicions were confirmed. His face was sallow, and his complexion was yellowish. Classic kidney deficiency. Sun Dahai scowled. You again? I told you, that jade piece is a fake. Fake? How is it fake? The man screamed. I spent thousands on this. I moved fast. Before the man could react, I'd snatched the jade from his hand. It was white jade, a flat piece carved with a dragon motif. At first glance, it looked transparent and pure, with no impurities. The carving was vivid, the dragon's tail curling perfectly. It's a shame, I said, clicking my tongue. If this were real white jade, the craftsmanship would be worth something. But wasting this much skill on a fake is just sad. The man turned red with rage. He snatched the jade back and glared at me. Who the hell are you? This is none of your business. Shut your mouth. This is my friend, Qin Hai. Sun Dahai said, his fat shaking as he stood up. He's the man who put Master Chu in his place. Qin Hai, tell him. Tell him why I'm right. I felt a warm spark of appreciation for Sun Dahai. We'd just met, but he was already backing me up. I leaned back, a small smirk playing on my lips. There are plenty of jade pieces in this world, I said, holding my palm out. But telling the real from the fake? That's where it gets tricky. Real jade is easy to spot if you know what to look for. I took the piece from the man and held it up against the light. Look at this, I said, pointing to the surface. It has a thief's glare. That's what we call the artificial luster on fake jade. It was too shiny, too glossy. Ancient jade doesn't have that kind of oily, aggressive sparkle. It's more subdued, more soulful. The man's eyes turned blood red. He looked like he wanted to swallow me whole. My words had cut deep. Calling it a thief's glare was basically calling his prized possession a cheap piece of junk. Don't get your blood pressure up, big brother, I said calmly. I'm just getting started. If you keep glaring like that, your eyes might actually pop out. This is an antique shop, not a hospital. We can't take responsibility for your medical bills. Sun Dahai's assistant burst out laughing. Even Sun Dahai had a grin stretching across his fat face. The man, however, looked like he was about to vomit from rage. He considered himself a VIP at the Pavilion of Treasures, and he wasn't used to being humiliated by a kid. The light is fake? I think your eyes are the problem, the man barked. I didn't argue. I stepped forward, grabbed his hand, and forced the jade back into his palm. I lifted his arm, positioning the jade directly under the bright overhead light. "Look closer," I commanded. "See those tiny bubbles inside? Real jade doesn't have air bubbles. This is glass, buddy. High-quality lead glass, but glass nonetheless. If you don't believe my eyes, go ahead and try every other shop on this street. See if a single one offers you a penny for it." The man went silent. His face turned a sickly shade of purple. He stuttered, unable to find a comeback. You're just a busybody." "Since I'm already being a busybody, I'll give you some free advice," I added, leaning in. "Your luck at the gambling tables has been terrible lately. Go home, get some sleep, read a book. Stop trying to scam people with fakes to cover your debts." The man froze. The hair on his arms stood up. How did I know he was a gambler? How did I know he'd been losing big? He cursed under his breath, snatched the fake jade, and bolted out the door. "Incredible," Sun Dahai gasped, staring at me in shock. "Brother Chin Hai, how did you know he was a gambler?" I gave a modest shrug. That was the easy part. He reeked of stale cigarette smoke. It was deep in his hair. You only get that smell from sitting in a cramped, unventilated room for hours. Plus, look at his calluses. Those are the specific marks of someone who spends all day handling tiles and cards. As for the losing, well, if he were winning, he wouldn't be trying this hard to sell a piece of glass. Sun Dahai slapped his chest, his eyes gleaming with respect. "Genius. Pure genius. Chin Hai, from now on, you're my brother. Call me third brother. If you ever need anything in Jiangbei, you come to the Pavilion of Treasures. I'll handle it." I was happy to make the connection. Even if this wasn't the same shop from my master's stories, Sun Dahai was a good man to know. I stayed and drank tea with him until evening. We talked like old friends who hadn't seen each other in years. When I finally stepped outside, it was pouring rain. The shop assistant handed me an umbrella and told me not to worry about returning it. With 10,000 yuan in my pocket, I felt like I was walking on air. I turned the corner at the edge of the antique market. Splash! A car roared past, hitting a massive puddle. A wall of dirty water slammed into me. My umbrella saved my head, but my pants and shoes were instantly soaked. I was ready to scream every curse word I knew. The car window rolled down. "Hey, get in." I looked up at the gray sky and sighed. What was it with this woman and me? This was the third time she'd ruined my day in less than a week. If there was a fourth time, we were going to have a serious problem. It was Zhao Ningxue. I didn't waste time arguing. I just climbed into the passenger seat. Before I could snap at her, she let out a soft laugh. "I'm so sorry. It's me again. I really didn't do it on purpose this time. I'll buy you new clothes." Her voice was soft, melodic, and completely disarming. My anger evaporated instantly. But as I looked at her, something felt off. Her face. It was like looking at someone through a thick fog. Her features were blurred by something I couldn't quite place. "President Zhao," I said seriously, "can I feel your bones?" The car screeched to a halt at a red light. Her face turned bright red. "What did you just say?" "Last time we met, I noticed your eyebrows had been microbladed," I explained, keeping my voice professional. The shape was changed. When the face is altered, traditional physiognomy fails. The only way to see your true fate is through bone reading. She arched an eyebrow, looking at me like I was a lunatic. "You're ridiculous. We've known each other for a few days. Why should I let you touch me to judge who I am?" "Think about it," I countered. "In just a few days, you've broken my snuff bottle, nearly run me over, and now you've soaked my only good pair of pants. What kind of grudge do you have against me?" She looked embarrassed. Jiangbei was a city of 30 million people. The odds of us running into each other like this were astronomical. "Bone structure is the most honest part of a person," I continued. "I need to know if our fates are compatible or if you're just bad news for me. Don't worry, I'm only touching your head." She looked at me, searching for any sign of a hidden motive. But I stayed solemn. To a practitioner like me, this was a serious matter. "You really are a strange young man," she whispered. The light turned green. She drove a bit further, then pulled over to the curb in a quiet spot. She took a deep breath and closed her eyes. Her long lashes fluttered against her cheeks. In the quiet of the car, I felt a sudden rush of heat in my face. It was awkward. "Are you going to start?" she asked, her eyes still closed. I reached out and pressed my hands firmly against the top of her skull. She winced. I wasn't being gentle. I had to feel the actual shape of the bone beneath the skin. Hold still, I muttered. This is a real reading, not a massage. I moved my fingers down, tracing the contours of her skull. I felt a sharp dip, then a specific protrusion. I gasped. Are you done? She asked, her voice tight. She realized how that sounded and blushed even deeper. I mean, how is it? What do you see? I pulled my hands back and looked at her. My heart was racing. No wonder you've reached the position you have at such a young age. She opened her eyes, looking worried. Is it bad? Quite the opposite, I said, still stunned. You have a banner bone at the back of your head. Sharp at the top, wide at the base, exactly 3 inches above the neckline. That, President Zhao, is the bone of a true noble. What's so special about this spot? Zhao Ningxue asked. She reached up, subconsciously touching the back of her own head. Everyone has a bone here. Everyone has one, but the shapes are different, I replied, my voice steady. This bone of yours, it mirrors the Kunlun Peak. It means power is in your hands. You win by being unpredictable. I paused, looking her in the eye. You're aggressive. You're a fighter. President Zhao, I really couldn't tell. I guess that little sheep act you put on earlier was just for show. I knew someone couldn't sit in a CEO's chair if they were just a delicate flower in a greenhouse. I'm such a contradiction, she said suddenly, her gaze turning provocative. The good girl persona from the antique market was gone. Are you still brave enough to associate with me? I laughed. Why wouldn't I be? I should be asking you if my reading was accurate. She smiled, but it didn't reach her eyes. Every word I said had hit the mark. People in Jiangbei thought she had it easy because of her family, but they didn't see the internal war. Her uncle and cousins were like vultures, waiting for her to trip. She had to be aggressive. She had to be a fighter. If she wasn't, she'd be eaten alive. I saw her forehead crease into a deep frown. I knew her family situation from my friend Yi Xiaoqiu, so I understood her struggle. I decided to break the tension. President Zhao, what kind of clothes are we getting to match my new look? I joked. Call me teacher, she said, snapping out of her thoughts. She looked me up and down, a faint smirk playing on her lips. Don't worry, I won't let you lose out on this deal. She restarted the car and pulled back into traffic. I kept my mouth shut, but I felt a strange connection. We were two of a kind. When I was a kid, my old master had felt my skull too. I had the exact same bone, the Kunlun Peak. In a city this big, meeting someone with the same rare fate had to be destiny. The car made a sharp turn at an intersection. Hey, I blurted out. This isn't the way to my place. Did I ever ask where you lived? She didn't look at me, her smirk widening. And did I ever say I was taking you home? I was usually quick-witted, but she caught me off guard. You complain that I keep ruining your business, she said. So today, I'm being the good guy. You're new to Jiangbei. You need a change from head to toe. Otherwise, you just look awkward. 10 minutes later, I realized what she meant by change. She led me into a high-end hair styling studio. I had never seen a place like this. Back on the mountain, the old master cut my hair with a pair of rusty shears. My hairstyle hadn't changed in 20 years. Looking at the photos of models on the walls, I felt like I'd stepped into a television show. Don't worry, it's on my card, she said, seeing my stunned expression. I ruined your clothes, so I'm paying for the replacement. Think of the haircut as an apology for earlier. I really didn't mean to get in your way. I figured I might as well enjoy it. If she wanted to spend money on me, who was I to say no? She seemed surprised that I didn't put up a fight. Most men would have let their pride get in the way, but I just walked over and started chatting with the stylist. Wait, isn't this Ningxue? A woman's voice shrilled through the studio. Shouldn't the big general manager be at work? How do you have time for a haircut? I turned around. A woman with dramatic makeup and dyed blonde curls walked in. She was wearing a flashy evening gown, the kind I'd only seen on red carpets. Her features were similar to Zhao Ningxue's. This had to be the cousin Yi Xiaoqiu mentioned, Zhao Wansi. She spat out the word general manager like it was poison. It was clear she hated that Ningxue held the position. Wansi, are you going to a banquet? You look beautiful, Ningxue said, her voice calm and professional. I accidentally caused some trouble for a friend today, so I'm making it up to him. Wansi's eyes flicked to me. She looked at me like I was a bug. I knew I looked rough, damp shirt, baggy pants, and worn-out sneakers. Ningxue, have you lost your mind? Wansi laughed, a nasty, sharp sound. Where did you find this hillbilly? Does he have some secret talent? Or is he just especially gifted in ways I shouldn't mention? Ningxua's eyebrows shot up. She was used to this. Her uncle had lost the business battle to her father, and now the cousins took out their resentment on her. It was a war without smoke. President Zhao, who is this lovely lady? I interrupted, walking over with a grin. If you're going out today, miss, you should be careful. Red is a bad omen for you today. Wansi, who was wearing a bright red gown, froze. You little brat. How dare you talk to me like that? Ningxua, look at the trash you're hanging out with. Don't forget your status. 2 eyes, 1 mouth, 1 nose. We all look the same to me, I said, still smiling. President Zhao, I'm going to get my hair done now. I want to look good for our shopping trip. Wansi was shaking with rage. She wasn't used to someone ignoring her insults. How disgusting. I'm not staying here with this freak. I'm going somewhere else. She turned on her heel and stormed out. Ningxua sighed. Her cousins were spoiled. They worked in the jewelry business but couldn't even identify a real gem. Wansi just wanted to marry into money, and her brother was a lazy playboy. An hour later, I stepped out with my new haircut. When Ningxua looked up, she froze. They say clothes make the man, but a good haircut does half the work. My features looked sharper, more defined. My eyes, which the master always said looked like bright stars, finally stood out. The change was incredible. My new haircut changed everything. It brought out the sharp line of my eyebrows and made my face look defined. I actually looked good. President Zhao, are you satisfied? The stylist asked, pushing me forward with a flourish. It's a pity about the clothes, though. If we changed his outfit, with this build, he could be a model. The stylist's voice was high-pitched and sugary. It gave me goosebumps. I couldn't help but rub my arms. Master, you sure have a way with words, I said. If you like praising people, keep going. It feels pretty good to hear. Pa, who are you calling master? The stylist rolled his eyes. He was the star of the salon and clearly didn't appreciate my terminology. Where did this country bumpkin come from? You have to call me teacher, understood? I thought to myself that the city was a strange place. Even someone who cut hair was called a teacher. Still, I gave him a dry smile. Thanks, teacher. Zhao Ningxua's lips curled into a smile. She checked the time and realized it was getting late, so she dragged me straight to a department store. As the saying goes, you have to strike while the iron is hot. Since I had the hair, she wanted to make sure I had the clothes to match, calling it an apology for splashing me with her car earlier. By the time we walked out of the mall, my stomach was growling like a beast. Man is made of iron, and rice is his steel. Skip a meal, and you'll feel the hunger. I asked Ningxua if there was a place to eat nearby. Somewhere with character, I told her. Don't take me to those high-end restaurants. Those places make me feel awkward. I won't be able to swallow a bite. I preferred the fly restaurants, the small, crowded holes in the wall where the flavor was authentic. Ningxua's eyes lit up. She teased me for being difficult, but she hopped in the car and said she knew just the place. We pulled up to an open-air hot pot joint. It was packed. Right next to the seating area was a glass-walled workstation where a man was busy carving meat. People were everywhere. Ningxua told me that clear broth beef hot pot was the trend lately, and this place was famous for its sweet, fresh meat. I was impressed. I didn't think a woman like her would ever eat in a place like this. While Ningxua ordered, I was mesmerized by the man with the knife. A small calf lay on the table. The butcher picked up a pointed blade and, with a few quick movements, deconstructed the entire animal beautifully. The knife didn't even look that sharp, but he knew the anatomy of the cow perfectly. The blade slid in, and meat, bone, and tendons separated instantly. It was incredible. By the time Ningxua came back from getting the dipping sauces, I was looking at her with total respect. She was grounded. She knew the good spots. I was officially a fan. Ningxua looked at me in my new clothes and felt a strange sense of ease. She wondered why she felt so comfortable around this guy from the mountains. With him, she didn't have to overthink. She could just be herself. The pot started boiling. I tossed the meat in and started eating immediately. Seeing me enjoy it so much made her smile. Not angry anymore, she asked. I wasn't angry to begin with, I said seriously. My master told me that everything happens for a reason. Jiangbei is a huge city, yet I've run into you 3 times now. That's destiny. Besides, you're a businesswoman, right? Ningxue started eating too, losing her usual stiff, formal posture. At home, she had to be the perfect daughter. Here, nobody knew her. She could breathe. Business people care about balance, I continued. You splashed me with water, then you bought me a haircut, new clothes, and now a meal. If this loss-making trade was intentional, there's only one possibility. I paused for effect. You're after something else. You're after me. Ningxue was mid-sip and nearly sprayed her drink across the table. Okay, looking at your face, that's not it. I laughed. So there's only one other explanation. You're bored. I sighed. Bored is fine. At least I'm not the one losing out. Ningxue smiled. I was bored. Being with you is easy. I don't have to hide anything. After all, you've already read my bones, haven't you? I felt a flash of pity for her. It was sad that a girl from a wealthy family had to find a complete stranger just to feel relaxed. Being a rich man's daughter didn't seem all that great. Ningxue shook off her melancholy and changed the subject. What are your plans now? I hadn't thought that far ahead. I was taking it one step at a time. Between the money from the snuff bottle and the cash I'd made today, I could survive for a bit. I need a way to make big money fast. If I wasn't broke, I wouldn't have given up that Emperor's Stone. Without money, I can't get Master Chu to take me seriously. Ningxue's eyes flickered. There's an opportunity tomorrow. Do you dare to try? What kind of opportunity? Stone gambling, she said. My heart skipped a beat. Stone gambling, betting on raw jadeite hidden inside boulders. You don't know if there's green inside until you cut it open. It was pure gambling. You used your plum blossom divination to help me before, she said. Help me again tomorrow. If you can pick the right stones for me, you don't have to put up a cent of capital. I'll give you 20% of the profit. How about it? This woman was sharp. I knew the basics of antiques and feng shui, but I was a blank slate when it came to jade ore. Still, using divination to beat the odds at the gambling dens? It was a brilliant, crazy idea. Deal, I said. Late that night, I carried my bag of old clothes and hummed a tune as I walked back to my rental. I moved quietly. My landlord, Old Lee, was old and slept early. I didn't want to wake him. I turned the corner into the hallway and nearly jumped out of my skin. Yin Weiwei was standing right behind me like a ghost, her eyes fixed on me. Suddenly, her face turned bright red. Where have you been? She stammered. You didn't answer your phone or your messages. And why do you look like this? She looked stunned. The country bumpkin she knew was gone. In his place stood someone she didn't recognize. The Jiangbei heat was still heavy, and in her small tank top and shorts, I noticed little beads of sweat on her forehead. She couldn't stop staring. I guess the makeover worked better than I thought. My entire temperament had shifted. With the new clothes and the haircut, my presence felt sharper, more commanding. Yin Weiwei stared at the bridge of my nose, and I caught a flicker of something in her eyes. A small, nervous flutter. It's a long story, I said, keeping it brief. Someone splashed me with their car, and this was their way of making it up to me. I gave her a cheerful grin. Anyway, thanks for looking after my bowls. I already sold them. Yin Weiwei's face turned a shade of pink. That's good, she mumbled. She turned abruptly and hurried back into her room. I stood there, confused by her sudden coldness. I figured I'd better just go wash up. I moved quietly through the apartment, finished my laundry, and went to the balcony to hang it up. I noticed Yin Weiwei's clothes were already there. Having lived in a Taoist temple with my master my entire life, this was the first time I'd ever seen a girl's clothes hanging next to mine. Men and women are different. That's just nature, and their clothes are no exception. When my eyes landed on her delicate undergarments, my face went scarlet. No, I thought, my heart racing. My face felt like it was on fire. It was an awkward, strange sensation that I couldn't quite shake. I scratched my head and silently moved my clothes to the very edge of the rack, as far away from hers as possible. My throat felt dry. I finished up quickly and crawled into bed. As I drifted off, I thought about the 100,000 yuan I had just made, and a smile tugged at my lips. The next morning, I finished breakfast and rushed downstairs. Yin Weiwei saw me leaving and practically inhaled her porridge to catch up, but Old Lee stopped her. He's going to look for work, and you're going to school, Old Lee barked. What are you following him for? Besides, now that he's cleaned up, he looks decent. Maybe you should move into the school dorms. Men and women shouldn't be living under the same roof like this. Grandpa, you're the one who rented him the room. Yin Weiwei protested. And I'm not moving into a dorm. There's nothing going on between me and Qin Hai. I'm just curious where he's going. That's all. She grabbed a piece of fried dough and bolted out the door. Old Li frowned, regretting his greed. He had taken the rent money, but if he ended up losing his granddaughter in the process, it would be a terrible bargain. He rushed to the balcony to peek down, but I was already gone. He only saw his granddaughter standing on the curb, looking around. His gaze shifted to the laundry rack. When he saw that I had moved my clothes to the far end, away from Weiwei's, he let out a sigh of relief. At least the kid knew his place. Meanwhile, as Yin Weiwei reached the street, her jaw nearly hit the pavement. I was stepping into a bright red Porsche 911. She stared, stunned. I'd only been in Jiangbei for a few days. How did I know someone this rich? Was I getting involved in something shady? Her heart hammered against her ribs. Inside the car, I was looking around with curiosity. Even though the mountain wasn't as developed as the city, cars weren't exactly rare. I'd ridden in them before. Zhao Lei's dad had an old second-hand Jetta, but this car was different. This hardtop convertible screamed one thing: expensive. Stop staring, Zhao Ningxue said with a small smile. It's just a car. If we weren't going stone gambling, I wouldn't have brought it out. So, you've agreed to my plan? Tell me what I need to do. First, give me your birth details, the 8 characters, I said. The plum blossom divination works anywhere, but for the best results, I need to align it with your specific fate. Zhao Ningxue went quiet. You do know your own birth details, right? I asked. She shook her head. Of course I do. But in wealthy families, we're taught to keep them secret. If a competitor gets a hold of your true birth time, they can use dark arts to ruin you. Even the birthdays we celebrate publicly are often fake. She hesitated for a moment, then finally relented and told me the truth. I nodded, calculating the numbers in my head. I've studied the mystic arts under my master since I was a child, I told her. I'm not saying I'm a grandmaster, but I know my way around. Still, I'll be honest, using this for stone gambling is a first for me. Zhao Ningxue smiled and turned the wheel. 10 minutes later, we arrived. The moment I stepped out of the car, the atmosphere shifted. The people here were different. Everyone looked solemn. Even when they laughed, the smiles didn't reach their eyes. Zhao Ningxue glanced at me. We haven't gone inside yet. It's not too late to back out. I let out a short laugh. I don't look back once I've made a decision. I gestured toward the various stalls inside. So, emeralds are hidden inside those ugly rocks. Today is going to be an eye-opener. Then there's no turning back, she said. As we entered the market, a burst of mocking laughter erupted behind us. Well, look at that. I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me, but it really is the country bumpkin. Small world, isn't it? I frowned. I was new to Jiangbei. Who could possibly recognize me here? I turned around and nearly cursed it out loud. Didn't this kid have classes to attend? Shenhao was standing there, lip curled in a sneer. He looked me up and down, clearly baffled. How did the guy who caused a scene at Jiangbei University end up at a raw stone market? Did he think he could gamble on jade? It was ridiculous. And I was wondering who it was, I said, a smirk playing on my lips. The guy who failed to harass Yin Weiwei and ended up eating dirt instead. Remind me, who are you again? Shenhao's face turned a deep shade of purple. He was about to snap when a shadow moved. Zhao Ningxue stepped directly in front of me, shielding me from him. I blinked. In all my years, I'd never had a girl stand up for me like that. I didn't know whether to be flattered or just confused. It felt strange. When Shenhao saw it was Zhao Ningxue, his bravado vanished. He began to stammer. Senior Ningxue, you're with him? How do you even know this guy? Just then, a man in a perfectly tailored suit walked over. I had to admit, the guy looked sharp. His suit fit him like a second skin, and his shoes were polished to a mirror shine. Looking at his face, I realized he looked quite a bit like Shenhao, though he was older, more mature, and had much more piercing eyes. They were definitely brothers. Ningxue, the man said, looking at me with clear confusion. Who is this? I caught his look immediately. It was the look of someone who thought I didn't belong anywhere near a woman like Zhao Ningxue. It was pure, unadulterated snobbery. I stared back, feeling a surge of annoyance. I could see the hostility in his eyes, but I also saw the way he looked at Zhao Ningxue. It wasn't the same way Shen Hao looked at her. This was a look of possessive desire. I waited to see how Zhao Ningxue would introduce me. "This is my private consultant, Qin Hai," she said, her voice smooth and calm. "Qin Hai, this is Shen Hai, the general manager of the Shen Group. And this is his younger brother, Shen Hao." "A consultant?" Shen Hai repeated, his eyes narrowing as he sized me up. He had been pursuing Zhao Ningxue for a long time, and seeing a mysterious man suddenly appear by her side clearly bothered him. "I wonder, what exactly do you consult on?" "A consultant?" Shen Hai repeated. He looked me up and down, his eyes narrowing. He had been chasing Zhao Ningxue for years, and seeing a stranger like me by her side clearly got under his skin. "I've never heard of you. What exactly do you consult on?" Zhao Ningxue gave a faint, elegant smile. She didn't miss a beat. "He provides guidance on antiques," she said, shifting the subject smoothly. "And occasionally, he gives me a little advice on stone gambling." She looked toward the market entrance. "I see you've shown up too, Shen Hai. I suppose the quality of the goods today must be excellent. Don't go easy on me later." Without waiting for a reply, she turned and walked away. I followed right behind her. Behind us, Shen Hai's polite smile froze. His brother, Shen Hao, couldn't keep his mouth shut. "Brother, that guy is bad news. He's a total fraud. Last time I saw him, he told me I was dying. I went to the hospital for a full checkup, and it was all minor stuff. He played me." Shen Hao was fuming. He was used to bullying people in this city, and seeing me with the woman his brother wanted was like pouring gasoline on a fire. "A consultant?" Shen Hai muttered, watching my back. "In the antique world, you're nobody without gray hair." He's a kid. He's got some hidden motive for getting close to Ningxue. He felt Zhao Ningxue was too kind-hearted, too easily fooled by a smooth talker. "Exactly," Shen Hao added, eager to stir the pot. "Look at the clothes he's wearing. That suit cost a fortune. There's no way a hillbilly like him bought that himself. I bet Ningxue paid for it." Shen Hai noticed the cut of my suit. It looked exactly like something Zhao Ningxue would pick out. His jaw tightened. He wasn't about to let his woman be taken by a nobody. "Don't worry," Shen Hai said coldly. "A crow can plate itself in gold, but it'll never be a phoenix. I'll make him show his true colors in front of her. If I have to embarrass Ningxue to do it, so be it." Meanwhile, I had reached the center of the raw stone market. I pulled a small wooden slip from my pocket, letting it slide through my fingers. I wasn't in a rush. I tucked the slip away and pointed to a specific area. "Let's go over there." Zhao Ningxue looked. That section was filled with windowed stones, rocks that already had a small slice cut off to show a hint of the jade inside. She knew I didn't understand the technical side of jade, but she trusted my intuition. As we walked, a man named Director Deng approached us. "Ah, President Zhao, you're here for the private trading too? Are you buying for the company, or just having a little personal fun?" "Just looking," she replied gracefully. "I'm hoping to find a new supplier." The market was crawling with experts, corporate reps, and high-stakes gamblers. They all swarmed around her like she was the center of the universe. "Director Deng, please be gentle with me," Zhao Ningxue teased, playing the role of a weak woman perfectly. "I hope you big, strong men won't bully a helpless lady like me today." I almost laughed out loud. She was brilliant. Instead of acting tough, she used their ego against them, making it impossible for them to attack her without looking like jerks. But as we reached the stones, her demeanor changed. The playfulness vanished. She became sharp, her eyes scanning the rocks like a hawk. She hovered between two specific stones, unable to decide. "The one on the right is good," I said quietly. The surrounding crowd erupted. Did she really bring an amateur? That stone doesn't even have mist on the surface. It's a dud. Is he her boy toy? She's humoring him too much. He's handsome, sure, but he's useless. What is she thinking? Zhao Ningxue's face flushed slightly. She knew these men looked down on her because she was a woman, but she also knew the stone I picked looked terrible by every professional standard. She leaned in close, her breath warm against my ear. "Are you sure about this?" The closeness made my heart skip, but I kept my face straight. If I could just point at a rock and know exactly what was inside, would I even need to partner with you? I used your birth charts and the bagua to calculate your lucky position for this moment. Your luck is on the right. She stared at me, looking like she wanted to strangle me and laugh at the same time. You're telling me this now? I asked for an edge, and you just gave me a coordinate based on my birthday? Do you have any idea how bad this stone looks? I told you, I know antiques, not rocks, I whispered with a grin. But your luck is on the right. The choice is yours. Shenhai stepped forward, his voice loud enough for everyone to hear. Ningxue, you're an expert. You can see this stone has no potential. Why listen to a hillbilly who knows nothing? He's a liar, Shenhao shouted, pointing at me. He sent me to the hospital with his nonsense. I looked at Shenhao and smiled. Did the doctor say you were healthy? Or did he find a list of problems? I told you that you were sick. I never said you were dead, yet. Shenhao turned red with rage. Zhao Ningxue ignored him, turned to the stall owner, and asked for the price. 5,000 yuan, the owner said. Done, she replied. The crowd gasped. 5,000 was pocket change to someone like her. But for the general manager of the Zhao group to start the day with such a pathetic-looking stone was embarrassing. Shenhai glared at me. He couldn't believe I had this much influence over her. So, consultant, what's the logic here? I'd love to hear the science behind this choice. I met his gaze, calm and unshaken. The world has its own laws. Some things are meant to be found, others are not. Everything is just a matter of probability. Shenhai spoke slowly, his voice cool and calculated. He reminded everyone that the stone hadn't been cut yet, so no one could judge the result. His brother, Shenhao, was vibrating with a strange, frantic rage. He couldn't understand where a country bumpkin like me got the nerve to be so arrogant. In his eyes, I was a nobody who didn't belong in their world, yet I wasn't acting embarrassed at all. Brother, why waste your breath? Shenhao sneered, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Let's just start. Let's see what this consultant is actually made of. We'll see if Ningxue found a real master or if she's just been blinded by a con artist. The brothers played off each other perfectly, stirring up the crowd. Everyone was itching to see if this pathetic-looking rock held any green. Zhao Ningxue was the queen of gambling, and they all wondered if her reputation was about to be destroyed by some random kid from the mountains. I caught Shenhai looking at me out of the corner of his eye. I almost laughed. I just stood there with my arms crossed, looking completely indifferent. My none of my business attitude only made him angrier. Zhao Ningxue was starting to feel the pressure. I could see the hesitation in her eyes. She was probably wondering why she had let me talk her into this. She felt like she had picked up a heavy stone only to drop it on her own foot. Go ahead and cut it, she said finally. A low murmur broke out. The crowd was stunned. She'd had a chance to back out or pick a different stone, but she chose to trust me. I heard someone whisper that maybe she'd been blinded by my looks. I had to admit, I wasn't a bad-looking guy, but that wasn't why we were here. Relax, I whispered to her. It's only 5,000 yuan. To you, that's just the price of a dress. She nodded, looking a bit more at ease. She handed the stone to the cutter. The old master took one look at the rock and raised an eyebrow. He didn't say a word, but the disdain on his face was obvious. Shenhao was terrified she might change her mind at the last second. He started shouting. Cut it! Cut it! Open it up! The crowd took up the chant. The machine roared to life. The master skillfully sliced off a layer of the outer shell. As the piece fell away, a layer of faint white mist appeared underneath. Shenhao jumped, looking startled. Brother, what's that? He stammered. Shut up, Shenhai snapped. He stayed calm, watching closely. In this game, it wasn't over until the very last cut. Zhao Ningxue took a sharp breath. She didn't even look at me. Her entire world was focused on that stone. The machine whirred again, making another deep cut. Suddenly, a streak of vibrant, glowing green appeared. It's a hit, someone screamed. The crowd erupted. Zhao Ningxue let out a massive sigh of relief. Her clenched fists finally relaxed. The cutter's attitude flipped instantly. The mockery was gone, replaced by a heavy, focused silence. He worked carefully, slowly peeling away the remaining stone until the entire piece of jade was revealed. He handed it over with both hands, looking embarrassed. He admitted he'd been cutting stones for years and had never seen a turnaround this wicked. It's called a change in fortune, I said with a grin. Just a matter of probability. 5,000 well spent, wouldn't you say? Zhao Ningxue smiled. She rolled the jade in her hand like a worry stone. Let's keep going, she said. I held out my palm. She knew the drill. She used her finger to trace a character on my skin so I could perform a divination. She wrote the word, hi, the same character from my name. I closed my eyes, calculated the coordinates, and pointed. We moved to another stall and picked a stone. This one was much more expensive, 100,000 yuan. When we returned to the cutting station, the master was much more polite. He didn't waste time with small talk. He started the machine. One cut. The mist appeared again. The air in the room went cold. People started to realize this wasn't just a fluke. Shenhai's face turned a sickly shade of gray. I don't believe it, Shenhao muttered. A hillbilly can't be a pro. The first time was luck. This time he's going to fail for sure. But Shenhai wasn't listening. He stared at the machine, his heart sinking. He didn't want this partnership to work. If I kept winning, Zhao Ningxue would trust me completely, and he would lose his influence over her. The green started to emerge. It wasn't just a streak this time. It was huge. While the first piece was the size of a fist, this one was 5 or 6 times larger. The crowd was losing their minds. They were shouting about how they should have grabbed that stone first. How's your consultant doing? I leaned in and whispered. You're the icing on the cake, she replied, her eyes shining. I laughed. She was smart. She knew my divination only gave her the general direction. She was the one with the eye and the experience to pick the exact stone. Luck was only a small part of it. I saw her smiling and gave her a thumbs up. She reached over and gave my arm a playful pinch. Don't get cocky, she teased. We had a deal. Shenhai looked like he was about to have a stroke. He watched us laughing and talking, his face turning green with envy. What kind of spell did he put on her? Shenhao hissed. She's hanging on his every word. Brother, should I check his background? Do it, Shenhai growled. Find out where he came from. Zhao Ningxue tucked the 2 pieces of jade away safely and asked if I wanted to continue. I shook my head. Enough for today, I said. Quit while you're ahead. I don't know much about the market, but the louder those people scream, the more expensive those rocks are. She burst out laughing. She told me my brain worked differently than anyone she'd ever met. She wasn't greedy. She'd made a killing, and it was time to go. Before the jewelry company scouts could swarm us, she grabbed my hand, and we bolted. We disappeared into the city before anyone could stop us. Behind us, the crowd was left in a daze. Shenhao looked at his brother, his voice trembling. I feel like she's a different person when she's with him. Shenhai didn't answer. He just stood there, his fist clenched so tight his knuckles were white. Shenhai had spent his whole life pining for Zhao Ningxue. They were a perfect match on paper. Same social circles, same industry, and former classmates. Everyone assumed they were destined to be together. For years, Shenhai had rejected countless women, focusing only on his career so he could prove he was worthy of her hand. But standing there, watching us walk away, a cold sense of dread settled in his gut. He realized things might not go according to his plan. Meanwhile, I was sitting in Zhao Ningxue's car. She was buzzing with excitement. She told me that once the jade was officially appraised, she would give me 20% of the profit. I just shrugged. Forget it. I don't want the money. She nearly choked. You're refusing? But I promised you. My master taught me that wealth must be earned the right way. I explained. Unearned fortune brings bad luck. It can even shorten your life. I looked at the stones, sure, but you're the one who took the risk and used your own skill to bet on them. This money has nothing to do with me. Zhao Ningxue stared at me like I was an alien. She couldn't wrap her head around my logic. Then what do you want? I turned my head and locked eyes with her. Her skin was pale and smooth, and as I stared, I saw her expression shift. Her heart started racing. I could practically see the pulse in her neck. Don't you try anything funny, she stammered. I snorted. What kind of person do you think I am? That clear broth beef hot pot we had last time was amazing. Just buy me another round of that. I really wanted to see the chef again. The way he handled a knife was like watching an artist. It was hypnotic. Zhao Ningxue's ears turned bright red. I could tell her mind had been wandering towards something much more romantic, like me asking for her hand in marriage. I let out a loud laugh. What else would I want? She burst into a smile, a strange feeling bubbling up in her chest. Being with me felt easy in a way she'd never experienced with anyone else. The antique market was massive, yet I'd literally bumped into her. It felt like fate had dropped me right in front of her. "Do you have any idea how much money I made today because of you?" she asked, still trying to convince me. "Even 20% would let you live like a king in Jiangbei." "I don't defy the heavens," I said firmly. "A bowl of beef is enough." She bit her lip and shook her head. "You're a freak." "Fine. If you want beef, I'll buy you a whole cow if I have to." She floored it, heading toward the open-air hot pot shop. But we hadn't been driving long before she suddenly went silent. I looked over and saw beads of sweat forming on her forehead. She was clutching her stomach, her beautiful features twisted in pain. "What's wrong?" I asked. She gritted her teeth. "My cycle, it's been irregular lately. It's 2 days early. Of all the times for this to happen." She took a jagged breath, trying to stay composed. "I'm fine. Let's just get to the restaurant." She looked miserable. I could tell she was mortified to be having this conversation with me. "Stop the car," I commanded. She pulled over, and I hopped out immediately, walking away without looking back. She watched me go, feeling frustrated. She considered looking for a convenience store herself, but she didn't even know where a restroom was. She sat there in the car, feeling like time had slowed to a crawl. She was angry, and the stress was only making her cramps worse. Suddenly, the door swung open. I tossed a package into her lap. She looked down and froze. It was a pack of pads. Her face turned a deep shade of crimson. "How did you know?" "I smelled it," I said simply. "I have a very sharp nose." She looked like she wanted to disappear into the upholstery. "The market isn't far," I continued. "Go back there and take care of things. Then we can eat. I don't want to miss the dinner rush." To me, the timing of the meal was way more important than her embarrassment. She didn't argue. She didn't even wait for me to get back in the car before she pulled a U-turn and sped off, leaving me standing on the side of the road, hair blowing in the wind. I rubbed my nose and chuckled to myself. I waited for nearly an hour before the car finally came back. Zhao Ningxue looked much more relaxed, though her cheeks were still flushed. She wouldn't look me in the eye. Once I was back in the passenger seat, I spoke up. "Don't overthink it." My sense of smell has always been a tool. Growing up, I could smell when a neighbor's dinner was ready from a mile away and show up just in time to get a bowl. It's a skill. What happened just now is just nature. Her composure broke again. Her ears turned redder than before. Her upbringing had been incredibly strict. Her mother was a tiger parent who kept her on a short leash until she took over the company. She always kept men at a distance. She had certainly never had a man buy her feminine products before. I watched her as she gripped the steering wheel, her hands still trembling from the lingering pain. "I have a trick for the pain," I said. "Place your fingers about an inch below your navel. Press down firmly with your index and middle fingers on both sides. Try it." She hesitated. "If it's awkward, I can do it for you," I offered. "No," she blurted out. She was sweating again, the cramps hitting her in waves. Finally, she gave in. She pulled over and pressed the spots I told her. After a few minutes, a dull, heavy sensation spread through her abdomen, and the sharp pain miraculously vanished. She looked at me with genuine wonder. "How do you know all this?" "I grew up with an old Taoist priest," I said. "Basic remedies are part of the training. I even learned some acupuncture." I saw her expression soften. The tension in her brow was gone. "Better." "It actually worked," she whispered. "I've had this problem for years. No medicine ever helped." She looked at me, her eyes bright. "Order whatever you want today. It's on me." I leaned back and put my hands behind my head. "I told you, I just want the beef." I was obsessed with that chef's technique. My master once told me that some people spend their whole lives mastering a single craft until their mind and body become one. A true master could butcher an animal with his eyes closed because he knows the skeleton by heart. Seeing it once wasn't enough. I wanted to see if I could learn a bit of that focus. She sniffed the air and caught a faint metallic scent. Her face heated up again, but she tried to stay calm. Thank God it was a convertible, or the smell would have been trapped. "Don't you dare tell anyone about today," she said, her voice dropping to a soft, almost shy tone. "It's too embarrassing. Don't ever bring it up again." The way she said it, half pleading, half commanding, made my heart skip a beat. I gave her a wry smile. "I just got to Jiangbei. I barely know anyone. Who would I tell?" She looked a bit guilty for snapping at me. How many people do you actually know here? I started counting on my fingers. There's my friend Zhao Lei at the university. My landlord Old Li and his granddaughter Yin Weiwei. Then there's Little Apple, your assistant Yi Xiaoqiu. Add in Sun Dehai and you. That's less than 10 people. Don't worry. Your secret is safe with me. Zhao Ningxue let out a small laugh, and the tension in the car finally eased. That's more like it, she muttered. I could tell she was relieved. If I hadn't played it cool, she wouldn't have known where to hide her face. When she had slipped away to the restroom at the stone market earlier, she discovered the pads I bought were the high-end, breathable kind. She cleared her throat, trying to sound casual. You seem pretty experienced, she said, glancing at me. You even knew which brand was the good one. I shrugged. I used to see the new brides back in my village buying that kind all the time. Before I could finish the sentence, I choked on my own spit. I realized how that sounded. I mean, I just happened to see it by accident. I added quickly. She gave me a look that was half annoyed and half amused, rolled her eyes, and focused back on the road. We drove the rest of the way in silence until we reached the restaurant. My stomach was ready, but my heart sank when I saw the sign on the door, closed temporarily. There was a phone number scribbled at the bottom for emergencies. I wasn't about to give up that easily. I pulled out my phone and dialed. The background noise on the other end was chaotic. When the owner, Boss Wu, heard we were there for his beef, he let out a heavy sigh. I've got some things to handle at home, he said, sounding exhausted. I won't be opening the shop today. But look, my house is nearby. If you don't mind a humble setting, come over and I'll whip up some beef rice noodles for you. I swallowed hard. My mouth was already watering. I didn't care where I ate as long as I got those noodles. I hung up, grabbed Zhao Ningxue's hand, and led her down a narrow, dim alleyway next to the restaurant. The light was fading, and the path was uneven. Hold on to my jacket, I told her. I'd walked paths like this 1,000 times back home, but a city lady like her was struggling, stumbling over every loose stone. She didn't complain, though. She just gripped my clothes and followed me. I could feel her eyes on my back, and for a second, my chest felt warm. Since we'd met, I dragged her into some pretty strange situations. Suddenly, I stopped dead. Thump. She walked right into my back. What happened? She asked, rubbing her nose. There's a bridge here, I said. So? What's wrong with a bridge? Boss Wu said his house is right by the bridge. I didn't say anything else and kept moving. Sure enough, once we crossed, we saw a house with the lights on. Boss Wu was already outside waiting for us. I'm so sorry, he said, looking apologetic. Something came up at home. I didn't mean to make you walk all this way. Is everything okay? Zhao Ningxue asked. We're the ones who should apologize for bothering you at home just because we were hungry. Boss Wu sighed. My wife and child both fell ill at the same time. I just don't have the energy to run the shop today. He looked surprised that we had actually followed his directions. Most people would have just gone somewhere else. They're at the clinic now getting 4 drips, he continued, shaking his head. My mother is watching them. I stepped forward and held up a hand, feeling the flow of the air around the house. The wind was biting. It's a wind chill invasion, I muttered. This spot was completely unsheltered, and the wind here carried a nasty, damp cold. Your wife and child have a keen constitution. They can't handle this kind of draft. When that cold enters through the head, shoulders, and nose, sickness follows instantly. Boss Wu's jaw dropped. I took them to a Chinese medicine doctor today. He said the exact same thing, cold pathogen invasion. But you haven't even seen them. How did you know? I smiled. I knew because I could feel the energy of the wind hitting this house. It was heavy with yin energy. You're a man, Boss Wu. You spend your days slaughtering cattle and cutting meat. You have a strong, killing aura that protects you. But they are vulnerable. And honestly, unless you change this environment, they're going to keep getting sick. I bet your kid is a regular at the hospital, isn't he? Boss Wu looked like he'd just seen a ghost. Yes, exactly. My son is always there, and my wife has been feeling sluggish and dizzy lately. We thought it was just the change in seasons. He grabbed my arm like I was a lifeline. We can't move. This place is perfect for our business. What can we do? Zhao Ningxue shot me a suspicious look. She probably thought I was setting him up for a scam. I caught her eye and gave her a playful wink. Tell you what, I said to the boss. 2 bowls of beef rice noodles on the house. If you trust me, I'll fix this for you right now. Just 2 bowls of noodles? Boss Wu asked, stunned. Are you serious? I'm a nobody in Jiangbei, I said, reaching into my pocket. But if someone trusts me, I give them my best. Besides, I really admire your knife skills. Boss Wu gritted his teeth and nodded. Fine. I don't understand this feng shui stuff, but I'll judge by the results. 2 bowls of noodles won't break me. I pulled out a string of ancient coins. These are 5 emperor coins. They carry the aura of royalty to block evil spirits. I handed them to him, but he hesitated. I waved my hand dismissively. Take them. They're free. He took them, though I could tell he was skeptical. People in the city are used to hidden costs. He probably thought I was going to charge him a fortune later. Once he realized I truly wasn't asking for money, his attitude softened and he thanked me profusely. The coins were genuine antiques, worth a lot more than a bowl of noodles, but I didn't care. A master's happiness can't be bought with gold. Is there anything else? He asked. Your house is exposed on all sides and faces that bridge. That's where the cold wind gathers. The coins are a temporary shield. For a long-term fix, you need to plant something. Planting? You mean I don't have to move? No need to move, I said firmly. Just plant trees with strong yang energy to block the wind. Specifically, peach trees. They are trees of pure yang. Ginkgo or cypress would work too, but peach is best. I walked him around the property, pointing out exactly where to put them. By the time I was done, Boss Wu was beaming. He hurried us inside, tied on his apron, and disappeared into the kitchen. Zhao Ningxue leaned toward me the moment he was gone. We just barged into a stranger's house. Don't you think that was a bit much? It was perfect timing, I said, leaning back. The man had a problem, and I had the solution. You don't think I'm a fraud, do you? Those coins are the real deal. She looked at me, a small, genuine smile tugging at the corners of her mouth. I can tell, she whispered. I looked around the small 2-story building. We had walked down from the main street into what felt like the countryside. The house was spacious, filled with heavy wooden furniture, but it lacked a certain soul. It felt cold. Suddenly, my stomach let out a roar like a clap of thunder. I hadn't eaten all day. Zhao Ningxue couldn't help it. She burst out laughing. Qin Hai, why did you really come to Jiangbei? You clearly have a talent for finding treasures, so you'll survive here. But what's your long-term plan? My master got tired of looking at my face. I joked, though my voice softened. I wanted to see the world. And I'm looking for my parents. I told her the story again. The Lexus from 20 years ago, the person who saved me in the middle of the night, and the piece of gold and jade they carried. Zhao Ningxue's reaction was just like Sun Dahai's. She told me that very few people in Jiangbei own such a rare stone. I'll ask my grandmother when I get back, she said. Maybe we'll get lucky and stumble upon a clue. I chuckled bitterly. She used the words, stumble upon. Even she didn't think I had a real shot at finding them. Seeing my expression change, she quickly added, it's just, there are so few leads. I know, I said, a wave of frustration washing over me. I don't know what my parents were thinking. They couldn't even leave a useful note or a name. Just a piece of jade. Zhao Ningxue bit her lip, trying to hold back a smile, but she failed. Maybe they threw you away and never intended to be found. I felt like I'd been hit over the head with a pot lid. My scalp tightened. That woman was ruthless. 11 words, and every single one felt like a physical blow to my skull. Zhao Ningxue, you're a CEO. Is it legal for your tongue to be that sharp? I grumbled. Apple's sister praises you like you're an angel, but she clearly doesn't know the real you. I sniffed the air. A delicious aroma was wafting from the kitchen, making my mouth water. And you think you do? She blurted out. Immediately, her face turned bright red. She looked flustered, nothing like the composed woman I'd met earlier. I must be unlucky to have met you. I'm trying to buy you a meal, and it's this much trouble. A strange tension flickered between us. I froze for a second, staring at her. President Zhao, you don't actually have feelings for me, do you? She nearly choked on her own saliva. You think too much, Qin. We've known each other for a few days. This isn't a TV drama where we bump into each other and suddenly I'm in love. Please. I smirked. Good. I'd misread the look in her eyes. My master was right. Women at the bottom of the mountain are like tigers. The prettier they are, the more careful you have to be. She seemed approachable now, but those claws could come out at any moment. Just then, Boss Wu emerged from the kitchen carrying 2 steaming bowls of beef river noodles and 2 small dishes of special sauce. "One of you is an old friend, and the other is my benefactor," he said warmly. "This is all I can offer today. Next time, the meal is on the house." The noodles were served in a clear broth with a sprinkle of celery. I picked up my chopsticks, still a bit skeptical, and took a bite. My eyes nearly popped out of my head. The noodles were incredibly smooth, almost silk-like. I took a sip of the broth. It was sweet and rich. Boss Wu explained it was a beef bone broth he'd been simmering all day. I was starving, so I dove in, dipping the noodles into the sauce and finishing the bowl in record time. Before I could even wipe my mouth, he brought out 2 plates of local specialties I'd never seen before during my years on the mountain. I polished those off too. Delicious. Truly satisfying. I wiped my mouth. "Boss, you're not just good with a butcher knife. Your cooking is legendary." Boss Wu laughed. "You came here to see my knife skills, didn't you? It's just like anything else. I followed my master and practiced every single day for decades. That's how you master a craft." I nodded thoughtfully. "Thanks for the treat, Boss Wu. Just remember, you still owe us a meal." Boss Wu blinked, surprised, while Zhao Ningxue groaned internally. She couldn't believe I was already angling for the next freebie. After we finished, Boss Wu walked us to the intersection. He was in a hurry to go find those stone millstones I'd suggested for his feng shui. Zhao Ningxue was still skeptical about the spiritual stuff, but she knew her grandparents took it seriously. Every major event at her company was scheduled according to the lunar calendar and a feng shui master's advice. As we walked back to the car, I was still thinking about the food. That was incredible. How did you even find this place? "Can you stop calling me President Zhao?" she asked, her brow furrowing. "This is my escape. Nobody I know comes here. When it's just us, call me by my name. It's more natural." "All right, Sister Ningxue," I said casually. "Since you're older than me." The smile on her face froze. She bit her lip hard. "Qinghai, how old are you exactly?" 23. "What?" She went quiet. "And how old do you think I am?" "I don't know." 26. 26, she whispered under her breath. "What?" "I didn't hear you." Her eyes looked like they were about to catch fire. "Are you deaf?" I said I'm 26. "So you are 3 years older than me," I grinned. There's an old saying, a woman 3 years older is like holding a gold brick. It's a good thing. I noticed she had stopped walking. I turned around and saw her face was dark, her lips curled in annoyance. "My master said that," I shouted, trying to deflect. "Your master isn't here, so stop using him as a shield," she snapped. "Don't think you can bully me just because you helped me today. I paid you for the bottle. And you're the one who gave up the commission on those raw stones." Fine. My master said never to argue with women. I give up." Before I could finish, she reached out and pinched my arm. Hard. She didn't hold back. "Sister Ningxue, that hurts," I yelled. Hearing me call her sister made her face flush again, but this time, a soft light flickered in her eyes. She looked half angry and half amused. "Fine. Sister is better than President Zhao. Get in. I'll drive you back." As the car started, I couldn't help myself. "Sister Ningxue, those 2 raw stones, how much were they actually worth?" She looked at me with a playful, knowing smile. "You really want to know?" "Yes. Based on the market and the quality of that green." She held up one finger. "1 million, I guessed." Add another 0. 10 million. I jumped so high I almost flew out of the convertible. My heart sank. 10 million. Even after costs, a 20% cut would have been nearly 2 million. 2 million. I had been a hair's breadth away from being a multimillionaire, and I'd talked myself out of it. I wanted to slap myself. Zhao Ningxue looked triumphant. "What happened to a gentleman earns money through the proper path? What happened to your master's teachings?" I sat back down, took a deep breath, and forced a smile. "Master said, heavenly secrets must not be leaked. To use them for profit is to invite a backlash from the universe. It's fine for you to make that money, but if I took it, who knows what would happen?" She studied me, her eyes searching my face to see if I was being serious or just incredibly stubborn. A small smile played on her lips. "You call me sister. So, I'll treat you like a friend, a brother. If you ever regret it, come find me." I looked at her. She really was a CEO. She knew exactly how to close a deal. $2 million. I tried to tell myself it was nothing, but it stung. I sighed. Even though my heart ached for the lost fortune, I hadn't been lying to Zhao Ningxue. Master's teachings were clear. Using heavenly secrets for personal greed invites a heavy price. I was fine with her making the money, but if I touched it, the universe has a way of balancing the scales. The car roared to life, and we sped off. This was my first time in a convertible. I leaned back, hands behind my head. Luckily, the wind wasn't too harsh. If the weather had been worse, this wouldn't have felt like a luxury ride. It would have felt like riding on Old Man Lee's tractor back at the village. Same open roof, just a lot more noise. Suddenly, a thunderous engine growled right next to us. I turned my head and saw a sleek car driving side by side with ours. The window rolled down, revealing the Shun brothers, Shun Hai and Shun Hao. Sister Ningxue, Shun Hao shouted, his teeth clenched as he glared at me. Why are you driving this trash around? He's just a poor kid from the mountains. What do you see in him? Zhao Ningxue's brow furrowed. Shun Hao always acted like she was his future sister-in-law, never caring about what she actually wanted. He had caused trouble at the stone market, and now he was hounding her on the road. Without a word, she slammed her foot on the gas. The Porsche 911 screamed as it tore away, leaving them in the dust. Shun Hai didn't bother chasing. Shun Hao rolled up his window, his face red with fury. Brother, what kind of spell did that kid cast on Sister Ningxue? I don't get it. What's the rush? Shun Hai asked calmly. Don't be so aggressive in front of her. It only makes her dislike you. Shun Hao caught his brother's drift instantly. So, as long as she's not looking, I can do whatever I want. That brat shamed me at the university gates, and now he's standing in your way. I'm not done with him. Just you wait. Shun Hai gave a dismissive snort. Wait for what? You have some master plan. Don't go making a fool of yourself and giving Ningxue more reasons to laugh at us. I don't even consider that country bumpkin worth my time. Shun Hao stayed quiet, but his mind was already made up. His brother claimed he didn't care, but I knew better. He had been fuming since the last time we met. Zhao Ningxue dropped me off at my new place. As I stepped out, she lingered for a moment, a trace of reluctance in her eyes. Being with me felt easy, a break from the pressure of her world. But as she turned the car around toward the Zhao Group headquarters, she knew the playful Sister Ningxue was gone. She was back to being President Zhao. I hummed a little tune as I headed upstairs. I hadn't made the big bucks today, but the soup and noodles I'd eaten earlier were so good I could still taste them. When I pushed the door open, the mood shifted instantly. A middle-aged woman was sitting in the living room, sobbing. Old Lee, my landlord, was hovering nearby, awkwardly handing her tissues. She looked to be in her 50s, with dark hair but a pale, sickly complexion. When she saw me, she quickly wiped her eyes and tried to stop crying. Grandchildren bring their own luck, I said, nodding to her. Don't worry too much. The woman jumped, startled by my sudden entrance. Old Lee jumped in to explain. He's from the mountains, studied under a Taoist master. I think he's got some real skill. I just learned the basics from my master, I said modestly. I wasn't sure who she was to Old Lee, so I prepared to retreat to my room. Wait, Old Lee called out. Take a look at her. I sat down and studied her face. Her features were sharp, her brow high, but there was a shadow over her sun and moon sectors. I slapped my thigh. By all accounts, you should be living a comfortable, wealthy life. You're the type who brings luck to a husband. Your life is already better than most. The woman froze. Old Lee beamed with pride. See? That's why I let him rent from me. He's the real deal. Tell her more. I knew I had to stay on the landlord's good side, so I didn't hold back. I looked at the kin position of her features. In the classic texts, the can position tells a story through colors. Purple means wealth. Green means status. Yellow means a restless home. But blue-green? That means disaster. And white? White means a funeral. I leaned in. I've seen your life palace. You have a mole under your eye, the child palace. A mole there means your children are in trouble. Based on the colors I'm seeing, your child is facing a life or death crisis right now. Thud. The woman dropped to her knees. You're right. My son is in deep trouble. Someone wants his life. I don't know what to do. It's not an accident then. It's man-made, I said. If it's a matter of life and death, why haven't you called the police? We can't, Old Lee whispered. She's my sister. My nephew. Well, his business isn't exactly legal. He's been caught by the wrong people, and we don't dare move. What kind of business? I asked, raising an eyebrow. Look, old Lee, if you want my help, give it to me straight. If it's beyond me, you need to find another way. I wasn't looking to get involved in a gang war. I came down the mountain to find my parents and make some money, not to play hero every day. He makes jade, old Lee said reluctantly. Fake antiques. Most of the ancient jade you see on the market goes through his hands. I almost laughed. A master forger. In a city like Jiangbei, the antique market was flooded with fakes made to look centuries old just to turn a profit. It was a massive industry. Old Lee stamped his foot. You brat, how can you laugh? My nephew made a piece recently. It was so perfect it looked real. He sold it, but the buyer turned out to be someone powerful. They found out it was a fake. Now they don't want money. They want his life to settle the score. Usually, money solves everything. Looking at old Lee's sister, I could tell she had plenty of it. But money wasn't working this time. The buyer felt insulted. They said they'll let him go on one condition. Old Lee continued. We have to give them a piece of real ancient jade. But where are we supposed to find that? They only gave us one day. Money is no object. We just need the jade. I snapped my fingers. You said it. Money is no object. If I find you a piece of real jade and get your son back, you waive my rent for the rest of the year. Old Lee winced, but his sister didn't hesitate. How much is the rent? For 1,800. Brother, I'll pay it right now. Just help him. With the rent settled, I felt a sudden surge of motivation. I grabbed an apple from the table and took a big bite. Deal. But remember, I find the jade, but you pay for it. If you can bring my son home, I'll pay whatever it takes, she sobbed. Half an hour later, I was at the antique market. Smack. Sun Dahai delivered a stinging slap to the back of my head. You arrogant brat, he barked, his face red with anger. You really think you're invincible? Why didn't you ask me before jumping into this mess? I rubbed my head, confused. I had come to Sun Dahai for help, but I hadn't even finished my sentence before he started hitting me. I looked at him, bewildered, but all I got in return was a massive eye roll. I know this lady's son, Sun Dahai muttered, his voice dropping low. And I know the person he offended. You're playing with fire, kid. If you get burned, I can't help you. I wasn't backing down. Whether they want to kill him or skin him alive, that's their business, I said. I just need to see what's going on. Sun Dahai sighed and started explaining. It turned out old Lee's nephew wasn't just some amateur scammer. His name was Zhu Jiang, a famous figure on this street. He was nearly 40 and specialized in a technique called blood qi, making new jade look ancient and weathered. Almost every shop on the street had sold his fakes at some point. He'd made a fortune off it. But that's what made this weird. The man he scammed wasn't a fool. Who exactly did he offend? I asked, finally feeling a bit of caution. Sun Dahai curled his lip. Now you're asking? He offended Long Yi, a titan in our industry. Long Yi's real name was Long Jianghe. At 68 years old, he had spent decades ruling the antique world. He wasn't like that Master Chu I met before. Long Yi was the real deal. His status was untouchable. Wait, I blurted out. So Zhu Jiang is actually that good? He managed to trick Long Yi with a fake. Sun Dahai's face went pale. He hissed at me to be quiet, then added, they're both masters in their own right. I understood the gravity now. I won't say a word to anyone else. I don't have ties to the local circle, so you can trust me, Brother Sunday. He looked relieved. He clearly didn't want to get on Long Yi's bad side because of a shady guy like Zhu Jiang. Just then, old Lee and his sister hurried over. Please, the sister begged Sun Dahai. Do you have any real jade? We'll buy it at any price to beg for mercy. He's my only son. Sun Dahai frowned. I have one piece that might pass. Do you want to try it? I looked at the woman. Whether one piece of jade could settle a grudge with a man like Long Yi was a massive gamble. While they whispered about the price, Sun Dahai leaned into my ear. Are you sure about this? Long Yi is highly respected. Don't cross him. I smiled. I'll play it by ear. If things look bad, I'll back off. 2 hours later, we arrived at an old, traditional farmhouse. I stared at the weathered walls, unimpressed. Brother Sun, you're joking, right? A big shot lives here. Then I looked closer. My eyes widened. Wait, the feng shui here is incredible. The courtyard was perfectly aligned. The 4 walls faced the center in a precise cross formation. Whoever built this knew exactly what they were doing. You know feng shui too? Sun Dahai asked, skeptical. You don't even have a compass. Stop pretending. I scoffed and pulled a heavy, weathered compass from my bag. Sun Dahai's jaw hit the floor. You actually have one? It's a gift from my master, I said, tapping the casing. The sound was crisp, like a bird pecking at grain. He used it for years. It's more sensitive than any modern equipment. Who's the brat out here talking nonsense? A voice boomed. A lean man in his 30s stepped out of the gate. He looked like a bodyguard, and his voice carried a heavy authority. What are you doing snooping around someone's house? Sun Dahai immediately put on a businessman's smile. We're here on behalf of Zhujiang's mother to see Long Yi. I'm Sun Dahai, owner of the Fongbao Pavilion. The bodyguard let out a cold laugh. Zhujiang? He begged us to let him find a savior, and he sent you? His own parents won't even help him, but you will? The tension was thick. We were about to be kicked out when a deep, steady voice echoed from inside. Let them in. The bodyguard stepped aside. Sun Dahai looked like he'd just won the lottery. To a small-time shop owner, meeting a legend like Long Yi was the opportunity of a lifetime. People called guys like Chu master out of politeness or mockery, but they called this man Yi, Lord, out of genuine fear and respect. We walked in, and Sun Dahai audibly swallowed hard. Zhujiang was there. He wasn't tied up or bleeding. He was just sitting in the courtyard, looking utterly defeated. I frowned. Something was wrong. Zhujiang looked pale and sickly, but it wasn't from a beating. I cursed myself internally. I had miscalculated. Zhujiang was in mortal danger, but it wasn't from Long Yi. It was from a hidden illness in his own body. If my master saw me jump to the wrong conclusion like that, he'd have given me a face full of dirt for being so impulsive. Then I saw the old man sitting in the center. He was thin, but carried a powerful energy. His hair was white, but his skin was clear and his eyes were sharp. He had an air of elegance I hadn't seen since I left the mountain. This man wouldn't kill someone over a fake antique. I pinched myself. I had only seen half the truth. Like my master said, never assume the cause just because you see the result. Long Yi glanced at Sun Dahai. Owner son, what brings you to my door? Sun Dahai froze, his throat suddenly dry. Long Yi shifted his gaze to me. I heard someone mentioning a compass at my gate. At your age, are you a feng shui master? I wouldn't dare call myself that, I said, humbling myself after my earlier mistake. I grew up in a Taoist temple. I learned a bit of face reading and land study. Just the basics. And why are you here? This man is my landlord's nephew, I said, pointing at Zhujiang. I heard he caused trouble, so I asked Brother Sun to bring me here to check it out. If he really did something wrong, he's yours to deal with. Kill him or skin him, it's up to you. Zhujiang, a chubby man with strangely long, feminine fingers stained green from chemical dyes, nearly jumped out of his skin. Who the hell are you? He shrieked. I thought you were here to help. Kill me or skin me? It's easy for you to say. It's not your skin. Sun Dahai looked mortified. He was still clutching a purple jade hairpin he'd brought to trade for Zhujiang's freedom. If he offered it now, it would look like he was accusing a man of Long Yi's stature of kidnapping. In this industry, that was a death sentence for your reputation. If Sun Dahai offered that purple jade hairpin now, it would look like he was accusing a man of Long Yi's stature of kidnapping. In this industry, that was a death sentence for your reputation. Sun Dahai realized his mistake instantly. He quietly tucked the jade behind his back and let out a heavy sigh. He'd have to return the client's money later. There was no way he was making a profit today. Sun Dahai cleared his throat and glared at the sweating man. Zhujiang, don't be ungrateful. This kid is your uncle's tenant. He came here because your uncle asked him to check on you. Zhujiang let out a cold, mocking laugh. Him? What can a brat like this do to help? Long Yi, I really know I messed up. Please, just let me go. I'm begging you. I felt like spitting on his face. He was acting like a terrified dog toward Long Yi, but he had nothing but contempt for me. I regretted getting involved in this mess. Once this was over, I'd have to settle the score with this ungrateful jerk. But for now, I stayed quiet. No matter how much Zhujiang begged, Long Yi remained unmoved. His face was like stone. Even his bodyguards radiated a chilling, murderous intent. Long Yi waved a hand, and the guards actually offered Sun Dahai and me seats and tea. They were surprisingly polite to us. Since Zhujiang had been so rude, I decided to stop helping. I leaned back and prepared to watch the show. One of the bodyguards, clearly enjoying the drama, smirked at me. Look at that. You came to save him, and he calls you a brat. If I were you, I'd walk out and let the dog rot. I grinned back at him. Hey, I'm just a kid from the mountains. What do I know? I'm just here for the scenery. I looked at Sun Dahai. Brother Sun, let's just enjoy the show. Sun Dahai caught my drift. He knew I had a temper, and Zhu Jiang had pushed me too far. Long Yi glanced at his guard to silence him, then turned his gaze back to the table. I recently got fooled, he said slowly. I bought a high-quality fake jade. Zhu Jiang, tell me the truth. Did you make it? Zhu Jiang's face crumpled, and he nodded vigorously. Sun Dahai looked skeptical. Very few people could trick a man like Long Yi, and Zhu Jiang definitely wasn't one of them. Clack. Long Yi placed a piece of jade on the stone table. It had a distinct, bone-white calcification. Usually, this look is faked using fire to mimic the oxidation layer of ancient jade. But fire always leaves tiny cracks. This piece was flawless. No cracks, just pure, deceptive beauty. Sun Dahai leaned in and whispered to me, Good God. This is the work of a true master. There's no way Zhu Jiang has this kind of skill. I really made it. Zhu Jiang stammered. You know how it is. Just use fire. High heat. I sighed and shook my head. The man was digging his own grave. Fire requires extreme temperatures, and jade always cracks under that kind of stress. He was lying through his teeth, trying to fool a master with amateur logic. Sun Dahai looked so embarrassed for him that he looked like he wanted to crawl into a hole. I took a sip of my tea and decided to twist the knife. If you used fire, you must have used wax afterward, right? Shut up, Zhu Jiang snapped. I'm talking to Long Yi. Long Yi looked at me with a hint of surprise. I wasn't stiff and terrified like Sun Dahai. I acted like I was sitting in my own backyard. I didn't just use wax, Zhu Jiang lied, sweating buckets now. I used cold water right after the heat. My timing was perfect. See, it looks just like the real thing. It was me. I swear. Nonsense. Long Yi's eyes snapped open, sharp as blades. That method leaves cracks every single time. There is nothing special about what you just described. It couldn't produce this result. I burst out laughing. Sun Dahai jumped. What are you laughing at? I haven't been in the city long, I said, wiping a tear from my eye. But this is the first time I've seen someone so desperate to throw themselves into a prison cell. Think about it, brother Sun. First, he admits to forgery. Second, since he clearly didn't make this, where did it come from? He either stole it or robbed someone. Either way, he's a criminal. Zhu Jiang's hair stood on end. What are you trying to do? It's not about what I'm doing, I said coldly. It's about what Long Yi is going to do. Your life is in his hands, and you're still playing games. You're not just going to jail, you're staying there. Long Yi spoke up, his voice calm but heavy. I can admit when I've been fooled. But very few people in this industry can pull it off. You don't have the talent. This young man is right. You're out of options. Crack. The bodyguard slammed his palm onto the stone table. A spiderweb of cracks erupted across the surface, and tea splashed out of our cups. The veins on the guard's hand were bulging. This guy was a real martial artist. If that hand had hit Zhu Jiang's skull instead of the table, he'd be dead. Sun Dahai panicked. Zhu Jiang, don't be a fool. Think of your mother. Where did this come from? Just tell him. Zhu Jiang's knees finally gave out. He thudded onto the ground. I'll talk. I smirked. Some people just won't believe the coffin is real until they're lying inside it. I didn't make it, Zhu Jiang sobbed. It was the work of Luo Qingyang. Who else could do it? I found it by accident. I needed money fast and didn't want my family to know, but I never thought it would end up in your hands, Long Yi. Please, have mercy. Sun Dahai practically jumped out of his chair. You're lying. Luo Qingyang has been dead for years. I saw Long Yi's expression shift. The calm mask was gone, replaced by a grim, heavy look. He seemed to be holding his breath. Brother Sun, I whispered. Who is Luo Qingyang? Zhu Jiang gave me a hateful look, but I ignored him. I was new here. How was I supposed to know the local legends? Sun Dahai leaned in, his voice trembling. Luo Qingyang was a master of fakes. A genius. Jade, bronze, gold, paintings. He could even fake raw ore. The man was arrogant, but anything he touched, It was perfect. The bodyguard didn't hesitate. He slammed his palm down again, and the white jade piece shattered into a dozen jagged shards. Long Yi didn't flinch. He reached out, sifting through the debris with a steady finger until he found what he was looking for. He burst into a loud, haunting laugh. I knew it. It's you. It's really you. I leaned in closer. There, etched into the broken surface of a jade fragment, was a tiny character, Luo. It was written in a complex, ancient script, hidden so perfectly that no ordinary eye would ever find it. The sheer arrogance of it was staggering. Thud. Zhu Jiang hit the ground, prostrating himself in a desperate kowtow. Long Yi, I've confessed everything. Please, have mercy. I'll return every cent. I'll pay you extra for the trouble. Just let me go. I shook my head. This man was a fool. He still didn't understand that this wasn't about the money anymore. Brother Sun, I whispered, you said Luo Qingyang is dead? Sun Dahai sighed, his eyes full of a strange respect. He died 20 years ago. He was only in his 40s. He was a genius who could fake anything. Jade, bronze, even raw ore. They used to say his fakes were better than the originals. But his whole family died in a house fire. Everything he ever made was supposed to have burned with them. My heart sank. I was an orphan, sure, but at least I was alive. This man's entire legacy had been turned to ash in a single night. Or so everyone thought. If he died 20 years ago, Long Yi barked, glaring at Zhu Jiang. Then where did you get this? I didn't steal it. Zhu Jiang squealed, his voice cracking. I found it on the black market. I thought I could flip it for a fortune. I didn't mean to trick you, Long Yi. I just didn't realize it was a Luo original. Long Yi waved a hand, and the bodyguard hauled the pathetic man to his feet. They whispered something to him, and Zhu Jiang nodded frantically. It looked like the immediate danger was over. Long Yi had more class than that fraud master Chu. He knew when to let a cockroach scurry away. The courtyard grew quiet. Long Yi turned his gaze toward me, his eyes sharp and calculating. Young man, you mentioned the Heavenly Heart formation at my door earlier. You're an expert. I smiled, keeping it humble. Not an expert, just a student fresh off the mountain. Then tell me, Long Yi said, his interest piqued. What do you think of my courtyard? I had been holding my tongue for a while, but now I let it loose. You've used the earth to create a 5 ghosts carrying wealth formation. You have the 3-toed guardian stationed perfectly. It's a classic, high-level setup. I can't find a single flaw. Whoever you hired was a true master. I walked around, pointing out the flow of energy. The mountain dragon and water dragon are in perfect sync. The life force enters from the rear and settles right here. Even Zhu Jiang, who clearly hated my guts, started edging closer to listen. I gave him a cold look that sent him scurrying back. But the key, I continued, is the 3-legged toad. Most people use 4-legged ones by mistake, which is a joke. Yours is authentic. It's placed exactly on your wealth position, calculated specifically for your birth chart. It's a perfect loop. Sun Dahai stared at me like I was a brand new continent he'd just discovered. He knew I could spot a fake antique, but he had no idea I understood feng shui this deeply. Long Ye's expression shifted from curiosity to genuine respect. This layout was his pride and joy, designed by a high-level Taoist master. For a kid like me to see through it at a glance was unheard of. What is your name? Long Yi asked, his voice formal for the first time. Qin Hai, I replied. Qin as in the first emperor, Hai as in the vast sea. My master picked it on a whim. Zhu Jiang muttered under his breath about it being a common name, but Long Yi just laughed. A grand name for a bold young man. Sun Dahai saw an opening and quickly ushered us out before things could change. As soon as we hit the street, Zhu Jiang exploded. You little brat. My uncle sent you to save me, not to kick me while I was down. You almost got me killed. I grinned at him. Long Yi was furious. If I had tried to defend you, he would have taken it out on all of us. I had to play along to calm him down. Besides, you're the one selling fakes. You deserved it. Zhu Jiang trembled with rage, but I wasn't done. And if I were you, I added, glancing him up and down, I'd worry less about the money and more about that hidden illness of yours. You've got a dirty sickness from chasing the wrong women, and if you don't fix it soon, no amount of money will save you. I turned and walked away, leaving him stunned. Wait, kid, wait up. Zhu Jiang started chasing after me, gasping for air. Sun Dahai caught up to me, his face pale. Qin Hai, does he really have a dirty disease? I didn't even look back. The kind you don't want people finding out about. It's because of a woman, I said, my voice flat. Sun Dahai blinked at me, surprised. Wait, you know how to diagnose people too? My master taught me the 4 methods of diagnosis. Looking, listening, questioning, and feeling the pulse, I explained. I'm not a grandmaster, but I can spot the basics. Holy cow, Sun Dahai laughed, shaking his head. Is there anything you can't do? You know antiques, you can read faces, you understand feng shui, and now you're a doctor? There's plenty I don't know, I said honestly. For example, I want to learn how to drive. That's easy. Just get a license, Sun Dahai replied. Ever since I'd heard about that Lexus from 20 years ago, I had developed a fascination with cars. We chatted and joked as we walked, leaving Zhu Jiang struggling to keep up. The man was so out of shape he couldn't even keep pace with a big guy like Sun Dahai. Wait for me. Zhu Jiang panted, finally catching up. He looked humbled for once. Look. Thanks, you too. Truly. Now you're thanking us. Sun Dahai huffed. Do you know how much work it was lugging all this fat over there to save your skin? You're an expert at making fakes, Zhu Jiang. Why on earth would you try to scam Long Yi? That jade really was from the black market, Zhu Jiang muttered, a hint of pride returning to his voice. It was made by Luo Qingyang. His work is so good it can fool anyone. That's why Long Yi fell for it the first time. Sun Dahai sighed. He fell for it once, but he caught on. You're lucky to be alive. The name Luo Qingyang stuck in my mind. Long Yi had looked so pained when he mentioned him. This Luo Qingyang. If he was such a master, how did he die? It wasn't just him, Sun Dahai said, his voice dropping an octave. His whole family went with him. A fire burned his house to the ground, along with all the fakes he had in storage. Only the pieces already in circulation survived. It was a tragedy, especially his newborn baby. A cold shiver ran down my spine. Was it an accident? Hard to say, Sun Dahai whispered. My dad told me that fire was strange. It burned too hot and too fast. No evidence was left behind. They said it was flammable materials in his workshop, but who knows? How many died? I asked, feeling a chill in the air. 6 people, Sun Dahai said, shaking his head. Luo Qingyang, his wife, their infant child, 2 assistants, and a nanny. Zhu Jiang let out a cold snort. In my opinion, he had it coming. Think of how many people he ruined with his forgeries. Someone probably decided to settle the score with a match. I rolled my eyes. Zhu Jiang had a lot of nerve calling someone else a scammer. I'm different, Zhu Jiang defended himself. Luo Qingyang made expensive fakes. I make artistic replicas. Anyway, since you helped me out, let me buy you dinner. Forget it, Sun Dahai grunted. I need to go back and return this money to your mother. You should focus on fixing your own problems. Sun Dahai slung a heavy arm over my shoulder, and we walked away, leaving Zhu Jiang standing on the curb. He spat on the ground and angrily hailed a taxi. When we got to Sun Dahai's SUV, I watched him slide into the driver's seat with surprising agility. Third brother, you're amazing. You drive that thing like a pro. It just takes practice, he said, turning the key. But you're the impressive one, Qin Hai. Long Yi actually likes you. You should have shown him your talent for appraisals. He could have mentored you. I smiled. I don't care about being famous in the antique world. I just want to make some money, find my parents, and make sure my master back on the mountain has a good life until the end. Sun Dahai gave me a thumbs up. I respect that. Tell you what, why don't you work part-time at my shop? When I can't figure a piece out, you help me look at it. As long as I'm eating, you won't go hungry. I looked at Sun Dahai's face. His eyebrows were thick, smooth, and perfectly aligned, a sign of a man who was fiercely loyal to his friends. My master always said to trust a man with brows like that. Then from now on, you're my big brother, I said. I went to high-five him, but remembered he was driving and pulled back. By the way, aren't you curious how I knew Zhu Jiang was sick because of a woman? Sun Dahai let out a wicked laugh. Kid, I might be fat, but I know my way around women. I knew exactly what you meant. Zhu Jiang has a wife and kids, but he's always out picking flowers in the wrong gardens. Everyone in the market knows he's a dog. We made it back to the shop, where old Li was waiting anxiously. When he heard the money was back and the jade was safe, He was over the moon. Zhu Jiang arrived shortly after, and his mother immediately rushed to him, wailing and checking him for bruises. "My son, did they hurt you?" she cried. I nearly choked on my water. "Don't worry, ma'am. No one touched him. We just had to return the money he borrowed." I put a heavy emphasis on the word borrowed. Zhu Jiang glared at me, but stayed quiet. To him, I was just some poor kid from the mountains living in his uncle's old house. Suddenly, Sun Dahai's phone rang. He answered it, and within seconds, he nearly jumped out of his seat. "Really?" "Yes. Of course. We'll be there." He hung up, looking stunned. That was Long Yi's assistant. Long Yi is inviting both of us to his 60th birthday banquet. Sun Dahai looked at me, his excitement fading into worry. "This is big, Qin Hai. A lot of heavy hitters will be there. I can wear my purple jade hairpin, but what about you? You can't show up empty-handed." Zhu Jiang overheard and muttered under his breath. Unbelievable. A little mudball like him actually getting into the deep ocean. It's unnatural. I didn't care what Zhu Jiang thought. It's just a dinner. I'll find a gift. I stood up and bolted out of the shop. 15 minutes later, I returned carrying a long, slender object wrapped tightly in cloth. I wouldn't let anyone see what was inside. Zhu Jiang just watched me, a smug, mocking grin on his face. Zhu Jiang watched me leave with a sneer, his eyes full of contempt. He thought I was just a wild kid from the mountains, a piece of rotten wood that could never be carved into anything useful. To him, I was just a lucky fraud who knew a few feng shui tricks. He was probably betting that someone would take me down at the banquet. I didn't care. I took my mystery package back to my rented room. Old Li spent the whole walk back grumbling about how useless his nephew was. I just smiled. Zhu Jiang's mess was over as far as I was concerned, but I still had a year to live in this house. I didn't want to start more drama. As I left, I looked at Zhu Jiang and said 4 words, "Get your head checked." He turned red, his face twisting into a fake smile that looked more like a grimace. Back at the house, I checked the fridge. It was packed with fresh ingredients. Old Li was traditional. He went to the market every morning to buy live fish and fresh meat. Frozen food didn't exist in his world. I love that. Fresh ingredients are the soul of a good meal. I decided to take over the kitchen for the night. Growing up in a mountain temple, I had tasted food from every house in the village. If you eat enough, you eventually become an expert. Frying, roasting, boiling, I could do it all. When Yin Weiwei walked through the door, the aroma hit her immediately. She saw me carrying out a plate of poached spicy fish slices, and her eyes went wide. "My God, you made this." Her voice jumped an octave. She darted into the kitchen and saw the rest: lotus root slices, okra with dressing, and a plate of sliced pork with garlic sauce. Her jaw practically hit the floor. Old Li was thrilled. "From now on, as long as you cook, I won't charge you a cent for food. Deal." I couldn't have asked for a better arrangement. I rolled up my sleeves and headed back in for the final touch, a plate of greens. My old master, that smelly Taoist priest, taught me the secret to perfect vegetables. You boil the water, add a drop of oil and a pinch of salt, blanch them quickly, and then drizzle oyster sauce over them. They come out bright green, crisp, and sweet. Yin Weiwei's eyes were sparkling. She looked at the food, then at me. Now that I was cleaned up and cooking, I guess I looked halfway decent. "Qin Hai, is there anything you can't do?" she asked, her voice full of genuine admiration. "You're a man, but you cook like this. How are the rest of us supposed to live?" Old Li gave a loud cough, telling us to stop talking and start eating. During the meal, Old Li started complaining about the day's events again. Yin Weiwei's face darkened. "Grandpa, can you please stop meddling in their business?" "She's my own sister," Old Li grumbled. "How can I not care?" "She's cold-hearted," Yin Weiwei snapped. "When you were sick, they wouldn't even help with the medical bills. If my mom hadn't rushed back, you might not be here. And you, Qin Hai, no more helping them." I kept my head down, burying my face in my rice bowl. I had only gotten involved because I was forced to, and I'd actually come out ahead. Their family drama wasn't my business. Suddenly, I felt something hit my leg under the table. I looked up and saw Yin Weiwei winking at me. She wanted me to join her side. Master always said even a wise judge finds it hard to settle family disputes. I wasn't about to get caught in the middle. I swallowed my food and looked at her blankly. "Weiwei, is the food not good?" Tell me what you like, and I'll make it next time. She bit her lip, fuming. She knew I was playing dumb on purpose. She let out an angry huff and stomped hard right on top of my foot. The pain was so sharp my face contorted, but I didn't make a sound. Grandpa, promise me, she said triumphantly. No more helping them. They only care about money, not family. They only find you when they need something. Old Lee sighed, defeated. Fine, fine. I'll listen to you. After dinner, Yin Weiwei actually volunteered to wash the dishes. Old Lee looked suspicious. She usually wouldn't touch a dish if her life depended on it. I retreated to my room and opened the closet. I needed to look presentable for Long Ye's birthday banquet. I couldn't embarrass Sun Dahai. In the Jiangbei antique world, he was the face, and I was just the guy he was bringing along. I picked out my best outfit and was closing the closet when I heard a knock. It was Yin Weiwei. She had a plate of fruit, strawberries, and washed grapes. Chef Qin, you worked hard today. Eat this. I was a bit touched. All for me. Who else? She tossed her head, her hair brushing against my face. It smelled incredibly sweet. I realized she hadn't been washing dishes all that time. She had been preparing this for me. I waited until Old Lee was out of the room before eating. I didn't want to look greedy. A few minutes later, she came back in. The sun had set, and the room was small. Being alone with her felt a bit intense. Do you need something else? I asked. She pouted. Half the guys at Jiangbei University chase after me, and here I am being nice to you, and you're acting like a block of wood. Can't I just come in to talk? I'm not a monster. You're our long-term tenant now. It's only natural to be nice to you. My skin crawled a little. This place was a steal, cheap rent in a great location. They didn't need to be this nice to keep a tenant. Weiwei, time for bed. Old Lee's voice boomed from the hall. She made a face at me and left. I didn't overthink it. I just finished the fruit and tried to sleep, though my mind was racing with everything that had happened. The next evening, Sun Dahai drove over to pick me up. He looked at my outfit, then at the raggedy, cloth-wrapped bundle in my arms. Kid, the clothes are fine, but are you really bringing that trashy-looking thing to a birthday banquet? He remembered me buying it at the market yesterday. It was wrapped poorly, looking nothing like a high-end gift. Don't worry, brother Sun, I said calmly. I won't embarrass you. I know how important Long Yi is. I have a plan. He was dying of curiosity, but I kept my mouth shut. The banquet wasn't as flashy as I expected. Long Yi had only set up 3 tables in his private courtyard. Many guests came, dropped off gifts, said their piece, and left quickly. Sun Dahai said this was normal for busy people in Jiangbei. As we walked in, I felt a sharp gaze on me. I turned and saw a young man staring with pure disdain. Who's that? I whispered. That's Zhou Jun, Sun Dahai replied. Long Ye's last disciple. I noted the man's hooked nose. In feng shui and physiognomy, a nose like a hook suggests a person who is difficult to teach and potentially treacherous. Long Yi was a great man, but his judgment of character seemed flawed. Suddenly, a middle-aged man in his 40s walked toward us. Boss Sun from the Treasure Pavilion. You made it. And this is? He stopped mid-sentence, his eyes locking onto me. Young man. It's you, the man said, a smile spreading across his face. I remember you. The little Taoist from the mountain. I searched my memories but couldn't place him. Seeing my confusion, he laughed. We've met, though you probably don't remember me. I was there that day. I saw the East Cinnabar. I saw the Death Sword. The air in the courtyard suddenly went cold. Conversations died instantly. Every head turned, and dozens of eyes locked onto me like heat-seeking missiles. I realized then who he was. He had been at Master Chu's temple. He had seen me shatter that fake artifact with a single strike. My apologies, I said, offering a modest smile. I had just arrived in Jiangbei that day. I was a bit reckless. I didn't mean to make a scene. Beside me, Long Ye's hand froze. He had been idly rolling a pair of walnut charms in his palm, but now they were still. The Death Sword wasn't just a technique. It was an extreme, no-turning-back method of appraisal. Even a master like Long Yi would think twice before using it. I could see the shift in his eyes. He had pegged me as a simple feng shui kid, but now he realized he had drastically underestimated me. Zhou Jun, Long Ye's disciple, looked like he'd just swallowed a fly. He had checked the guest list and dismissed me as some nobody trying to suck up to his master. Seeing his master's intense focus on me made his blood boil. It was time for the gifts. People had brought high-end supplements, vintage liquor, and designer clothes. Everyone looked at Zhou Jun. As the star pupil, his gift had to be the best. He stepped forward with a smug grin and presented an elegant box. "Master, I chose this specifically for you," Zhou Jun said, bowing low. "May your fortune be as vast as the eastern sea and your life as long as the southern mountains." Long Yi smiled and opened the box. Inside was a bronze incense burner. "I picked this out with great care," Zhou Jun bragged. "It still carries the traces of ancient incense from the previous dynasty. It's a rare treasure." The guests started whispering in admiration. As expected of Long Yi's disciple. What a find! Zhou Jun's chin lifted an inch higher. He was basking in it. Long Yi turned the burner over in his hands, then suddenly beckoned to me. "Young man, come here." Zhou Jun's face cramped. His big moment was being interrupted by a stranger. I walked over, feeling the weight of his glare. I didn't know what Long Yi wanted, but I wasn't going to shy away. "Any instructions, Long Yi?" I asked. Zhou Jun huffed. He clearly thought I was beneath them, just some kid with a pretty face and no skill. I didn't miss the hostility. I'm not the type to demand respect, but I won't let anyone look down on me for no reason. I gave Zhou Jun a sharp, piercing look as I approached, then turned back to Long Yi. "I'd be honored to learn from you," I said. Long Yi chuckled. "Do you know why I called you over?" "To appreciate this fine bronze burner, I assume," I replied smoothly. In the world of collecting, the Xuanda burners are the most famous, followed by those that still hold the scent of ancient incense. Different dynasties had different styles, but the scent, that's where the history lies. Long Yi nodded. "I know you grew up in a temple. You've spent your life surrounded by incense and candles. I suspect your nose is as sharp as your eyes. Why don't you tell us what you see?" Zhou Jun's face paled. His master had actually done background research on me. The jealousy in his eyes turned into pure venom. I ignored him and leaned in. I took a deep breath near the burner, and my expression shifted. Something was wrong. Zhou Jun saw my face, and his confidence wavered. He clenched his fists. He had spent a fortune and used every connection he had to get this piece for his master's birthday. "Long Yi, I don't know if I should say this," I sighed. "Speak your mind," Long Yi encouraged. "The style is Han Dynasty," I began. "It's a Boshan-style burner. The lotus design is heavy, typical of the period, and the craftsmanship is solid. If it were real, it would be a masterpiece. But the incense inside, it's wrong." I pointed to my nose. "My sense of smell doesn't lie." Zhou Jun snapped. "What do you know? You're just an outsider playing expert." "Zhou Jun, be quiet," Long Yi barked. "Let him finish." I looked at the burner. In the Han Dynasty, they used fragrant grasses and herbs. The scent was heavy, but the smoke was light. Later, exotic resins like frankincense arrived, but they still had a specific profile. The powder inside this burner? It's modern. Without waiting for permission, I opened the lotus-shaped lid. I scraped out a tiny bit of residue and spread it on a piece of white paper. "Look for yourselves. Smell it." A few older experts leaned in. Even though it was old residue, the texture was all wrong for the Han period. If the incense was modern, there was only one conclusion. "This is a high-quality fake," I said calmly. "They used a modern powder to mimic an ancient scent to drive up the price. It's a decent effort, but the details give it away." I wasn't trying to be mean, but I didn't hold back either. I looked at Long Yi. I could tell from his calm demeanor that he had already spotted the flaw. He had just wanted to test me. Long Yi turned to his disciple, his voice cold. "Zhou Jun, you need to be more careful. I've told you before, you have talent, but you're too impatient. You rushed to a conclusion because you wanted to show off." He poked at the residue. "This isn't just modern powder. It's the cheap stuff used in mass-produced fakes. It leaves a specific type of ash." Zhou Jun stood there, trembling, his face burning red as his grand gift turned into a public humiliation. He looked at me, and I knew right then I had just made a very dangerous enemy. Zhou Jun bit his lip, his face pale. A moment ago, he was the center of attention, radiating confidence. Now, he looked like a deflated balloon. It would have been fine if his master had pointed out his mistake, but it was me, someone his own age, who had exposed the flaw. His carefully chosen gift hadn't made him look good. It had made him a laughingstock in front of the city's top experts. He clenched his fists, and for a split second, I saw a flash of pure hatred in his eyes. Sun Dahai saw it too. He'd been in business long enough to read a room. He quickly stepped in, his portly body bumping into me as he turned to the old man. Long Yi, your student actually has a great eye. Having such a talented disciple is the best birthday gift of all. I had to hand it to Sun Dahai. His tongue was coated in honey today. He was playing both sides, trying to smooth things over. Zhou Jun's mouth twitched. He knew Sun Dahai was just being polite, and it didn't make the sting any less painful. Master is right to scold me, Zhou Jun said with a forced, dry laugh. I'll learn from this. By the way, I wonder what this little brother brought for my master's birthday? He's been holding that box for a while now. Everyone turned to look at the box in my hands. It looked plain. The packaging was cheap, almost crude. It didn't look like it belonged in a place this grand. It's just a small token, I said, looking around. I'm new to Jiangbei and don't know my way around yet. I hope I don't embarrass myself. I paused, then made a strange request. Could someone please turn off the lights? And I'll need a single candle. The room went quiet. It was a bizarre request for a birthday banquet. Even Sun Dahai looked confused, wondering what kind of game I was playing. Long Yi waved his hand, and a bodyguard immediately fetched a candle. I tore off the cheap packaging, revealing the object inside. Someone in the crowd snickered. Isn't that just a bronze lotus? A few people laughed. Sun Dahai was sweating bullets, but as he stepped closer to look, his expression changed. He realized this wasn't just a decorative piece. It was a lamp. Coincidentally, my gift was very similar to Zhou Jun's. His was a bronze lotus incense burner. Mine was a bronze lotus lamp. Mine had a bamboo-shaped stand with a lotus-shaped top. People started whispering, wondering if this was a coincidence or if I was intentionally mocking Zhou Jun. Sun Dahai stood beside me, radiating awkwardness. He knew the grudge between me and Zhou Jun was now official. Lights out, please, I said firmly. This gift can only be truly seen in the dark. Long Yi gave the order, and the room plunged into shadows. Zhou Jun stood in the corner, his face dark with resentment. He looked like he wanted to tear me apart, but no one was looking at him. All eyes were on the lamp. I placed the candle inside the base and lit it. Slowly, the light began to glow. Suddenly, a projection of a lotus flower appeared on the floor, seemingly blooming out of nowhere. It was a trick of the light, caused by intricate, layered patterns hidden underneath the lotus platform. The carvings were so fine that they created a perfect shadow. Deep within the shadow of the petals, the word longevity appeared in elegant script. The room gasped. Sun Dahai wiped his forehead, feeling a mix of relief and awe. My gift was ingenious. It wasn't just an antique, it was a performance. I found this lamp by chance, I said, keeping my voice casual. The craftsmanship was unique, so I thought it would bring good luck to Long Yi. I wouldn't dream of comparing it to the masterpieces the rest of you brought. The crowd was buzzing. Even Long Yi, who had seen everything, leaned in close. That longevity, character hidden in the shadow, really touched his heart. Everyone else had brought expensive antiques, but I was the only one who brought something that actually celebrated his birthday. Plus, the bronze itself had a natural patina. It was a genuine piece of history. Sun Dahai was floored. He had no idea where I'd found such a clever item. It might not have been the most expensive thing in the room, but it was definitely the most memorable. You brat, Sun Dahai whispered, grinning. You really didn't let me down. You kept your word. I didn't care about Zhou Jun's ego. I hadn't come to Jiangbei to make enemies, but I hadn't come to play second fiddle either. My goal was simple: make some money, find my family, and see the world. Fame and power weren't on my checklist. This lamp is fascinating, Long Yi said, cradling it like a treasure. You have a good heart, young man. I rubbed the back of my head, acting a bit shy. You're a master of antiques, sir. You've seen it all. I'm just glad you don't dislike it. Sun Dahai seized the moment. Long Yi, this is my new little brother. He's from a humble background, but he's got a good soul. And, here is my own small gift. He opened a much fancier box to reveal a pair of walnuts. Third brother, you're so generous, I joked, grinning at him. Long Yi already has a pair in his hands, and you're giving him another one? Sun Dahai glared at me. He'd just spent the whole time backing me up, and now I was teasing him? You're supposed to be an expert. Don't you recognize these? I smiled. Of course I did. These weren't just walnuts. They were scholar's walnuts. To be worth anything, they had to be almost identical in size, weight, and texture. In the Ming and Qing dynasties, playing with these was as popular as ping pong is today. Even emperors were obsessed with them. Over time, as they are rubbed by the oils of the hand, they turn a deep, translucent red, glowing like agate. Long Yi, these have a beautiful old red color, one of the guests noted. Weight, is the diameter 4.5 centimeters? Sun Dahai beamed. Exactly. These are lion's head walnuts for 0.5 wide. I realized Sun Dahai had really spent a fortune. Lion's head walnuts are rare, and at that size, the price on the market was astronomical. This single walnut must be over 100 years old, Long Yi said, examining them with a practiced eye. A pair like this is worth at least 200,000. Boss son, you've outdone yourself.